All right. Hi, everybody. Hi, Lucifer. I didn't know Lucifer would be here so fast. I didn't know Lucifer came fast. That's quite the surprise. But welcome in. How are you? I myself am... I don't think I'm sick anymore, but like, I still feel sick in a certain kind of way. You know, that like lingering cough type of thing you get going? I have that. I could still be sick. That's technically possible. I hope that's not the case, though. I really hope. Oh, right. I do have something to show you all. Actually, let me hide some here. You don't need the game right now. Let's see. I might actually do it later. There's still only a few people here, so maybe I'll save the big reveal. It's not that big, but like, it's definitely there. I can show it a few times, and you guys will see it as we play. I still have to change my stream deck. I totally forgot to adjust that. That's why we're on this screen right now. Oh, Lucifer, I have a question for you. Very important one, actually. This little gremlin here that you have. What is this? This does not match the rest of them. How did you get this here? Why is your creature here? How did this happen? What did you do? What necromancy have you done? What dark magic? Hi, Eris. I see your dog. Or at least Eris's dog. I don't know. You could be lurking. Hi, Eris. Don't mind me just coughing up along. Somehow Lucifer got a creature past the gates. I don't know how that happened, but this thing is here now. Anyway, all right, I'll show you guys the new scene here. Hopefully the stinger doesn't bug out like it sometimes does. It didn't. Hooray. All right. Oh, I've been put in the Catboy maid outfit. Sorry for the redeem didn't quite work. Glungus simply is understandable. I think I still have to tweak some stuff on the Catboy maid outfit. I'm getting the V-Bridger update for it soon too, so that's pretty hype. How are you, Liz? And how are you, Dem? This is the new layout. This is the one I want to use. I want to try using it just for gaming too. Your EP? Go eep then, silly goose. Wait, no, it's like super early. Holy crap. Looks so fucking good. What's the for? Is that like, are you like groaning? Oh, you donated your blood. Oh, well, eat food then. They took your life force, they sapped it out of you. No, excited. Oh, okay. I have a happy cat on my lap, so I'm great. Hell yeah. I wish I could have pets. I'm allergic to everything. I think I'm partly allergic to like people. But yeah, so the idea here would be to just like have this be for my chatting sections where I'm just talking and I'm yapping. You know, I do that enough to where I think it's like it's worth putting the putting some energy into it. Would you rather have the happy cat or be the happy cat? Do I have to pick? Can I like both? Also, what does it mean to be the happy cat? What am I signing myself up for here? tweak this. I gotta change some things to match my new model. Mostly bouncing off the fact that you're at least currently a cat boy. Ah, I see. I mean, I'm a pretty happy cat right now, so I'm chilling. I'm having a good time. I'm streaming. That's a plus 10 already. And the scale is like 20, so good start. Good start. I've recorded a collab the other day for anyone who maybe missed that announcement. I guess nothing new besides being happy in someone's lap. Your choice who, because cats pick favorites. I don't know whose lap I'd want. That's a tough question. I'm not really seasoned at picking laps. Like I don't think I've ever had a lap pillow, now that I think about it. I don't think that's happened. That's never happened in my life. Which is a kind of a surprise given everything else I've experienced in my life. You should do it like Silas in his kitty card. What? I need to know what that means, Eris. Yours, Dem. I mean, that's a good option. I'm not saying no to that. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to commit yet. Silas from Love and Deep Space. I don't know who that is. He turns into a kitty. Oh my god. Meowdy. Hi, Dreamer. I have a new layout. Do you like it? You can pet him and he starts purring. This is starting to quickly sound like a specific kind of content. Wait, no, it's Love and Deep Space. It is a specific kind of content. Yeah, no, I know. Don't worry. I get it. I also play gacha games. I understand. It's nice. Well, thank you. I put it together on Canva at Eris's suggestion. Eris, this is your fault. Once again, it is your fault. I'm okay. I'm still a little sick. I think I'm not like ill. I mean, I'm always sick, but like, you know, I still have a cough, you know. I have to blow my nose every now and again. First I get blamed for Midori's 3D model, now your overlay. Well, this is directly your fault. I asked you for suggestions on like, hey, how can I get like a better overlay? And you're like, oh, I use Canva for everything. So I went, okay, let me go try Canva. And now we're here. It literally took me like 1 day to make this. And $0. That's the really remarkable part. It costs $0. Like this wasn't complicated. I mean, it was a little complicated to put together. And I'm gonna have to fix the Catboy maid outfit. The video just isn't on this this scene, so it's not gonna work. But I think that's the only thing that's broken. If anyone wants to unfollow and then follow back, just to get the notification thingy to pop up, feel free. You'll see the new ones that way. I can also simulate it. Let me do that. Where is it? Okay. Unless I broke it again. Oh no, I just didn't turn it on. It helps if you enable it. That's a good start. It also helps if you run the software that's supposed to be running. I thought I started my tits up earlier, but I guess I didn't. I guess I forgot. I've been all out of sorts. I'm sorry. You know, Canva's really good. If anyone needs like anything graphically, it's a really good resource. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, it's still not connected. I'll give it a minute. Fine. I'll wait. Let's see, anything else happened? I think I mentioned I started recording the collabs, you know, the ones that I don't think are quite like energetic enough or exciting enough to stream, or conversational enough. That's kind of my thing. I've kind of figured out my thing. My thing is conversation. I talk, I yap, I talk at you guys. I mean, I try to have conversation, but I end up mainly talking at you. And I know that that's what people, you know, come here for. That's what people stick around for. And I noticed that, you know, despite efforts to keep collabs to like once a week, when I'm only streaming 3 times a week, that is literally a third of my content. And that's maybe not optimal. Hi, Annie. I have a new overlay. That's what's up. How about you? I think I can test this now. Okay, so the thank you, Eris. The notifications are going to be up in the top right there now. All of them. I've anonymized them so people can follow quietly if they don't want to have their name said. I'm going to go with the philosophy of, if you follow and don't say Jack Deadly in chat, then you don't want me to call your name. You do not want roll call. If you say something, then I'll of course, you know, call you out, since that's what you want. Similar for cheers, gifted subs, those. I mean, obviously your name shows up in chat for those, so you're not exactly going to be secret. We got a roll call now. No, I mean for people following, you know. I'm not going to call their name out unless they want me to. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, Ballsack3033. Yeah, maybe not optimal. Yeah, and it doesn't show up on screen, so I don't have to worry about names and avatars and stuff. So that was a concern I started to have with the other one. I was like, you know, someone can set their avatar to be just about anything, and that's going to show up, and I don't know if I love it. Also, I'll just admit, the ones that I made kind of looked like crap. I didn't like them. They came out kind of poorly. They were better than nothing, but I wasn't happy with them. So I was like, you know, it's all very busy. Things were very cluttered on the screen. And I always wanted to try and get more space for the gameplay and whatnot without taking away things that people really enjoy and engage with. And that's mainly the these little guys down here and chat. So those are the 2 main things, but they don't need a lot of space down there. There's usually not that many of them, maybe 10 or so, which isn't too bad. Plus Lucifer's demon. I don't know how he got that in there. And then chat, and as long as chat's in a box, I can put it wherever I want, wherever I need to. And it's just like, you know, I didn't know how to balance all those things, and the pop-ups and text. I ended up getting rid of the like the goals and stuff. People didn't really care about them, I'll be honest. Like, people didn't care about the follow goals and the sub goals, at least not as far as I could tell. And they kind of limited me. There were a lot of things I wanted to do that I wasn't hitting those goals for, and it's just like, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So, you know, after a certain point, it's just like, okay, you know, we'll keep that to events and things like that. You know, because I'm not pushing for anything special right now, aside from, you know, I would like to grow, I would like to meet new people, like to reach out, but I'm not too concerned about, you know, really pushing everyone to be all on the bandwagon and you know, shilling me to all their friends and trying to get everyone's attention on me. That's not, you know, I want people to be here because they want to be here. I don't want to try and like force it. So that just didn't fit the vibe. I got rid of that, and it's like, oh well, that simplified a lot of things, and it meant that I could just get rid of the framing of the gameplay and stuff. Because if I don't have plain text, if I have the pop-ups like you saw with the follow there, which I'll let's see, what's a sub? Here we go. You can simulate a sub too. We'll make it Dem again. That was if I spell Dem's name right. That'll work. So this is how a sub will look. it just pops up with a new subscriber. Obviously, you'll see it in chat. I would call out their name because that's, you know, very kind of them. But you're not going to see all that junk on screen. It's not going to block the gameplay. Same for raids. Raids have been trimmed down quite a bit. I'll just use Dem again because I think it's funny if I keep using Dem. So there's if Dem were to raid. We still have the projector come down, but it's a little bit simpler. It's also at the top of the screen, so it's out of the way of most gameplay. And of me, it doesn't block me. I think the only thing still down here is the advertisements, because if I change them, they'll not quite like fit anymore. That's those ones that it's behind me. You see that down there? That one? Yeah, that. One of those. And I think those are just really funny. So we're going to keep them. I'm sure someone has at some point clicked one of the X's on that, and it'll keep getting people, and I'm just gonna bask in it. It's quite the funny little thing. And a great way to communicate with people. Right, let me get my... I'm doing so many different things now. Like, I've changed almost everything. So I'm kind of relearning how to do stuff. At least that's how it feels. Oh. Okay, let me get myself situated here. I think I'm in the zoomed in state. So here should be good. You got cookie dough. Is it the kind you can eat, or do you have to cook it or bake it? That looks good. God, that's bright. Okay. Let's get the game up. Beats raw cookies. Raw cookie dough? What are you talking about? You make it without the egg and it's perfectly good to eat. You can get stuff like that. They make it. Also, cookie dough ice cream? Like, what do you mean, Dem? Rose? Chat. I need y'all to pick on Dem right now. Yeah, used baked flour. Emit the egg. You can totally do it. It's perfectly fine. Also, I did try out online play, and it's much better than playing solo. Ah, right. Okay, I gotta adjust this. Holy moly. If you don't, oh my god, you're bribing my chat. This is fucked up. Okay, so if you get if you go to one of these battles, you can like join in. Oh my god, that's a lot of people. An absurd Pirate King tier challenge. I'm going to die here, but that's okay. Unless there's something else going on you'd care about. Oh, this is a moderate challenge. That's probably a little more up my alley here. I did upgrade my ship since last time. I think I have the Actually, I don't know what I have. Schooner. There we go. I have a schooner. See, it says it right there. I can read. Believe it or not. What's this battle? What's going on here? Let us investigate. Oh, there's just like a pirate invasion. Hi, wits. I'm kind of just like hanging out, and I don't have to do anything. That's pretty cool. I like when that happens. But I should fight, so I'm gonna get in there. Hell yeah, pirate ships. I'm actually faring okay here. In some of the co-op missions I've been doing, it has not been going well for me. So this is kind of a nice change of pace. Ow, okay, that hurt. I've been shot. Holy shit. Oh, holy crap. Okay, I went from doing okay to being very dead very quickly. That kind of hurt my pride a little bit. But I got some levels, so who cares? Let's see. Which way do we want to go here? Okay. I don't really understand like what is like good per se, but I'm moving towards the Grogolov cocktail because it does AoE damage, and that sounds cool. Oh. Ooh, I think that'll be it. Yeah, it's an upgrade. No two ways about it. Since I only recently got the ship, I don't actually have much in the way of gear. I think I have to be here to be able to leave the region. Is that what it is? Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, anyway. These are all players. That's pretty neat. It's a pretty small game as far as I can tell. Like, the community isn't particularly massive. So it's nice to see that it has, you know, well over 100 players shortly after release on the official server. Means people actually like it. I don't even remember how I found the first game. Like, I don't think there's any marketing budget. You know who was the first big streamer on Twitch? I'm not sure, actually. I've I must admit, I must come clean. I did not watch any streamers until like last summer. It's only been like a year. I haven't been in the streamer culture for long. The first streamer ever? I mean, it sounds like you're talking about Charles there, but I don't actually know if that's true. I don't think this game works very well with the lighting. The fuck is Charles? Charlie? What do you mean? I think we're about to win this and I only just showed up. I literally just got here. Yeah, moist. What do you... Dem, what do you mean you don't know who Moist Critical is? That just can't be true. You can't not know. Not you. Dem's trolling me again. This is fucked up. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the lighting. I don't think it's helping with this game. So we'll just leave that off. That's a shame. Some games it's better for. There we go. Keep our sea shanty the only music we have. I'm a little small there. There we go. It's better. Oh, interesting. I'm learning things from the chat. That's remarkable. This is like, it's like playing an MMO. Wait a minute. This might be an MMO. It looks like once you hit level cap, you level your gear when you get XP. So that's what it's for. That's a pretty interesting way to do it. I still haven't touched factions. You can join the factions in this game. Agent Bucket Boy. That's a funny name. What's my money at? I think it's like 300k just to get the next ship, which is a bit of a price tag. Yeah, why did you ask, Dem? But what does Moist have to do with anything? Assuming that was correct anyway. I don't actually know. Owie. Damn. That tower got my ass. It's not even letting me spawn in the region. Uh-oh. Why are there such powerful towers here? Holy crap. God damn. Yeah, citadels. Why does everything have a citadel here? That's crazy. I mean, I'll be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing in this game, but like, damn. Harsh. You know? Okay, I assume we can take this port too, because it doesn't look like there's a citadel here. I wouldn't mind finding the pirates. The pirates are probably a lot more manageable than those damn towers. Hopefully. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, get me a good headstone, please. Oh, crap. God damn, okay, never mind. I guess everything here is giga deadly. Alright, I'm not gonna get anything done here. That was rough. Alright, let's not do that then. Well, that's kind of annoying. All the things I see running are highest level. Kind of sucks. Difficult privateer tier. Okay, that sounds more doable. Moderate. Yeah, okay, that works too. Oh, and it's very new. We'll be getting in on the ground floor. So let's help out our Mr. Scrunch. I think we have half the ports. Ooh. Defense tower. I guess we'll see how bad it is by how hard this thing gets. Okay, much more manageable. Tower down. Oh, well, that wasn't very fair now, was it? What just spawned in and gut shot me? Messed up. What? Get out of here. What do you mean you're spawning 2 of them on me? That's not cool, man. A third one? Oh, come on. That's just crazy. 4 of them. If you got a complete noob coming in. Hell yeah. The worst they can do is die, so. Yep. Yeah, same, dude. I'm just outnumbered. This is... What the hell, man? Ooh, almost beached myself there. I was busy looking at what everyone else was doing. I might actually make some progress on this fort here. The Pirate King already died. Yeah, we got him. Well, I didn't get him, but you know. Shame. Oh, I have the trust of another faction. I guess that means I could, like, join them now or something. No clue how that works, honestly. Let's see. I think that would be in here. Nope. One item. A shirtless man. There's just a shirtless man in a box floating in the ocean, guys. Drifting a boat is crazy. Oh. Can you fucking leave me alone, dude? Why is this bot, or I don't know, player, just bullying the shit out of me? This was happening last night, too. I was playing for a little bit. I was showing Frisky the game. And I kept getting bullied by bigger players. It was really annoying that they could do that to me. I don't like being shoved around and pushed down, and, you know? I know you do, Dem. I know you do. Yeah, they just keep spawning. There's so many. I don't even know if Dem could handle this many men at once. That was a little close, but I'm alive. For now. What's this? Oh, okay, it gets rid of negative effects. What's my inventory looking like? Not too full. Yeah, that's a crew. I don't think they add much. Yeah, no. Oh man, 5% short. That's crazy. That's crazy how much damage that thing does. Holy crap. That shot hurt. We just need that last 5%. Hell yeah. Ooh, interesting. Shooting cannons can apply Bloodthirst. Entering combat can apply Bloodthirst. And at the start of combat, you get a big buff. But yeah. I like that. We're treasure hunting? I wasn't even sure you could, like... I don't think I'd ever seen that lit up before. Sell some junk. Oh, wait. That's my vault. I'm an idiot. Where's the... Here it is. No. My vault. There we go. Oh, God. Wow. Okay. That didn't happen. That never happened. Don't talk about that. That's fake news. Wow. I'm guessing it's like way up in that corner of the map. Oh man, I haven't really been keeping up on the VTubing news lately either because of how sick I've been. I've just kind of been struggling to get through each day. Anything exciting happen, or has it been kind of slow? Every time I have opened Twitter, it's just kind of been the usual engagement bait and crap. Which I gotta say, it gets old really fast. I don't know how that stuff is supposed to like work. Like, do people like that? There we go. Hidden treasure. I found it. Most of the artwork. Yeah, that sounds good. I usually get the drama. I just haven't seen anything lately. I guess nothing's really happened that's like worth noting. Like, I know, there was some like minor drama with people like talking when they should shut up and, you know, minor things, but nothing too exciting. The suppressor debate is still ongoing. I'm paying attention to that at least. I don't know what's happening with it legally. Like, I don't know if anything's changed. Which, I don't know. It's kind of stupid. Just the whole damn thing. I understand wanting to regulate guns and stuff. It's just that suppressors don't really do anything of note. Like, you can buy one right now. For anyone who isn't aware, like, you can go buy one. It's not that complicated even. It's the same as buying a firearm, if I'm not mistaken, which actually I'm not even sure if it's that complicated. You have to get a tax stamp. You just have to pay a fee. That's it. You pay like $200 or something, and then you can just buy it. It's basically, unless they have a reason to tell you no, they'll give it to you. So basically anyone can get it. And you can get as many as you want. There's no restrictions, there's nothing like that. So as far as people concerned about like, oh, criminals or something, they'll use them. They could do it right now. They still don't. It's just not worth it. $200 plus the price of the suppressor. God, they're not cheap. They are not cheap. For something you're going to use once and throw away. From a criminal's perspective, right? If you're going to use it, you're going to use it once. Then you throw it away. There's cheaper alternatives. So many of them, in fact, that it's stupid. Even just the $100 for like a cheap suppressor for a, you know, lower caliber firearm, that's still more expensive than all the other solutions that exist. Because they don't make a gun quiet enough that you can actually like do a horrible thing. Usually, you know, everything has an exception, right? You know, if you're way out in the boonies, would it make a difference on the neighbor a mile down the road hearing you? Maybe. I mean, probably at that point, you know, they're a mile away. You're also in a house, presumably. You know, we're assuming this is some evildoer. To not put any other presumptions on it, we'll just call them the bad person. But at that point, you're already in a place where if a gun goes off, everyone kind of just goes, eh. Like, you hear your buddy, you know, mile down, you hear a gun go off, you just assume they're, you know, shooting targets or some shit. There's nothing, it doesn't make a difference functionally in that case. And then in like a city where, you know, crime is more prevalent, there's more people. So, you know, more opportunity for crime. You're so close to everybody that the really loud crack bang of a suppressed gun, because it's still really loud, it's not hearing safe for almost any firearm. There are exceptions to every rule, but for all the ones that you would probably use, they are still going to make a really loud noise. It's just not as loud. And I think the main thing you'd actually notice is the flash that you'd normally get with firing a gun. would be really suppressed. There's very little flash with a suppressor, which is actually one of its biggest advantages. The sound is kind of nice, but really it's getting rid of your flash. That's what makes it a good tool for war, especially at night. You know, middle of the night. You know, on the front line of a modern conflict, right? There's a big difference between seeing a little speck way out there that you don't know what that was versus a big old fireball. You know, that there's a difference there. And that's where it matters. That's why they're used in modern combat. Specifically for night operations and things like that. Also just on front lines, because on the front line, you're always fighting day or night. But, you know, that's the gist of it. Holy crap, that was loud. I just don't see the point on that one. I would much rather see the government put that energy towards something that, I don't know, at least vaguely implies it'll do something about crime. Like, I'm not strictly against anyway, you know, changing gun laws and stuff. I want it to be something that does something. I want people to care about things that matter, damn it. You know, I want the discussion to be, how can we make the world better? How can we make it safer, etc. You know, if we're going to have that discussion, if that's going to be it, it should be about things that are effective. Or could be effective. That's all I want. People get too hung up on the party line crap, and it's just like, man, y'all sound dumb. I saw something in the chat here about lifesteal. Apparently there's lifesteal in this game. You can lifesteal on a boat from another boat. Huh? That's so silly. Damn. Yeah, I think that's all stemming from, I think, the National Firearms Act, which is a pretty old law. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was so long ago that I'm fairly certain they didn't really know what was going on with suppressors, like what they were and what their real potential would be. So it probably made at least more sense at the time. But now it's kind of just like, why waste your time? Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of random taxes. $200 to have one. It's like, well, then just say we can't have them. I think that would be at least more fair, you know? It's kind of like how for a long time there were, you know, lots of tickets and stuff you could get from if you were speeding on the highway or something, but there weren't point systems for licenses and whatnot. So rich people were able to just do whatever they wanted and just pay the ticket. It didn't matter. That's obviously changed. Now we have point systems in a lot of states and things like that, which, you know, make it so, yeah, maybe you can pay a few tickets, but at a certain point you start getting other punishments. Where I think, you know, we've come to understand a fine is just a fee that says only the rich can do this thing. You know, unless you pair it with something else. Did see another argument. It was an interesting one. I'm not sure I fully agree with it. But it was that suppressors are more akin to a health and safety instrument than they are like an actual like weapon per se. Because they do lower the volume quite a bit, especially like in indoor ranges and stuff. It helps a fair bit. But even outdoor, you know, it's with larger rifles and stuff. Taking it from, I don't actually know the decibels on these things, but taking it from 150 decibels to 100 decibels, both are unsafe to hear. Does make a difference in like how much risk you're taking by just being at the location where, you know, at the range in question. So that was an interesting argument. Not sure I'm sold on it, but that's about all I got. That's about all I got right now. That's the only things that have been happening. I'll be honest, it's not that particularly interesting. For anyone curious how a suppressor works, though, it's basically the same as a muffler on a car. The gas that's coming out of your vehicle or the firearm, whatever, out of anything really, that makes all the racket. If you send it through a series of baffles, which would be like layers. How to explain this? This is not easy to explain. The baffles are essentially just hollow circles that the gas that makes all the noise when it leaves the firearm has to try to get through, and it'll essentially go into that baffle, stop, and go, oh, you know, can't go anywhere. And it loses a fair bit of its energy there. And there are just many baffles which have the same effect, where they reduce how fast the gas is moving, which is essentially what ends up moving the air, which is what makes the noise that you hear. So they're actually quite simple in concept. The good ones are obviously, they're going to be complicated to make and manufacture. But yeah, they're not that complicated of an item. The real issue comes from like how long does it last and things like that is where you get the crazy prices that you can see on stuff like that. So that's a Pirate King. I feel like something else has been on my mind lately, and I'm trying to like put my finger on it. Extreme Dreadlord tier. Absurd Pirate. I don't know which one is more dangerous. I'm gonna assume the single exclamation point means that's less dangerous. I could be wrong, but what was there? There was something. It's been bothering me for a while, I think, but I'm just blanking on it right now, right when it would be nice to talk about. I'll get there eventually. I'll remember. In the meantime, wait, is this gonna be another one of those maps with citadels everywhere? It's gonna hurt. I hope I'm wrong. Anyway. Dang it. I was gonna say something, and I think I lost it again. Oh, no, I have it. I have it. I didn't lose it this time. Like I said, I've only really been into this for like a year, so I don't have, you know, years of experience. A lot of people have been following for years and they finally get into it. I'm definitely like the opposite case where, yeah, I just kind of winged it and I ended up where I am right now. And, I find it odd that there are so many people who are in this purely for social reason. It seems purely for social reasons. It seems, wherein they're not that concerned with the quality of their content or what their brand is or things like that. At least they don't seem to take it very seriously. And by that I mean, you know, putting the effort in. They don't have to like be always super serious or whatever. But just the approach and mindfulness of such things. Oh yeah, got him. And then on the opposite end, there are people who seem to view this as purely transactional. You know, they run it like a social media marketing campaign, which I guess seems to work as far as like growing a following and stuff. But it feels very soulless. It feels very corporate. Which I find it as an interesting contrast to the overly familiar side of things, where I rarely seem to see any kind of balancing between the two. Kind of makes me wonder, like, how many people who get into this come from an actual like marketing background. They just realize they can use it as like a side hustle, and then they just see that like this is the thing right now. You know, they don't really care about it as far as the art style or the anything beyond the fact that you get to anonymously, you know, stream. Which is not really a bad thing, just very interesting. I like people watching a lot, and going on social media is basically the biggest form of people watching that you can do. I find their behaviors very intriguing. I can't say I like the feel of the corporate ones. I don't really mind so much people who do it as just a hobby. But when it starts to feel really corporate, when you see someone's posts, they never post about anything beyond that. You know, it's always the current trend. It's always the engagement bait questions and things like that. There's no taking risks. There's no goofing around. It's just, wow, I need friends. Does anyone want to be my friend? And, you know, look at my tits, basically. Whatever the current trend is. A lot of them being more risque. It's just like, oh, okay, well, I don't really mind if that's what you want to do, but like, are you a person? Do you have feelings, thoughts, opinions, anything like that? I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the minority on. Every time I've mentioned things like this, people seem to be like, well, that's just the thing. I'm like, but surely there's a market. Surely. For more, how do I put this? For more honest content. And not honest in a good, like most people conflate honesty with being good or something. Not quite what I mean. Just like very open. Those are dreadlords. This is not going to end well for me. Get off of me. Okay, well, it ended well for me, but only because a bunch of friendlies showed up, which is pretty cool. I'm happy about that. Where am I and where do I need to go next? I guess we need to actually claim this. What are y'all's thoughts on that? How do you feel about the various types? I know people have personal opinions on those. I know some people who are very uncomfortable with the more lewd type stuff. Meanwhile, I know others who find it very entertaining. Couldn't volley them. There we go, got him. It's all like foggy and stuff. Got that guy. I feel like I'm actually, at a pretty balanced level here with these enemies. Not too easy, it's not too hard. Taking damage, but dishing it out too. It works. Okay, there we go. So we got a port up north here. Here we go. But yeah, I guess I say all that to say that it's made me think more about how to balance those things. It's something I've been wanting to do more of. It's part of why I'm changing up how I'm approaching the collabs. Kind of having a balance between, just being a silly little guy and, focusing on making stuff I think people will actually want to watch consistently, hopefully. But you know. And definitely seeing people come in, have a really good time one time, and then seemingly just lose interest. Not, you know, in a hostile or mean way, just lose interest because things changed the very next time in tone. Definitely encouraged me as well. Dang it. Well, I traded with the guy. Yeah, at least we didn't lose the port. Gonna lose that north port, though. This one up here. All right, let's see if I got anything interesting. Ooh. Yeah, that's an upgrade, for sure. What's this guy? Armed crew. Treasure hunting and walk the plank. Tier they 58. Okay, well, huge buffs. I think I'm willing to give up a skill for that. It's just fishing, right? Yeah, who cares? Nothing that special. How is my voice sounding? I know being sick wasn't exactly doing it favors. Maybe it was, but I don't know how I'm sounding now when I just have the cough. I feel like I'm fried. And the music in this game is so bipolar. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off, and it kind of just does whatever it wants, it feels like. There we go. And then that sound is just wildly loud. There's the Pirate King. Yes. Yes, I can see. Yeah, I don't know. The audio mixing in this game is kind of rough. Just turn the music off and then You just turn that on. Going to the rocks. Other players bullying me is really, really annoying. Like, shove me into walls and shit. Oop. I blew up. Not in a good way. There we go. Got some cannons. Cast iron. Alright. Let's see. Try to find where it'll give me the most buff, obviously. Armor, damage, accuracy. Oop. Ooh, that's a lot of items. Okay. Well, we just do that. Yeah. Cannon's that. Oh, that's pretty nice. That's a big upgrade. Luck is interesting. I don't know that I rely on luck. Turning is also interesting, but 14% mobility is quite a bit of speed. I do like going fast. Go to a town, we'll try to sell some stuff. Fall. Oh my god. Oh, that upgrades to something else, I see. That one's legendary. This one's mythic. Okay, well, we'll keep that. We'll keep that. Just in case. Take your captain's license test to sail a boat that large, sir. Here's my license. It says I can do whatever the fuck I want. Is that acceptable? Do you accept this? Good enough. True pirate. I mean, hell yeah. What do you take me for? Some kind of goof? How are you, Delita? How you been? And how's Zippy been as well? Level am I? I don't even know. Insert obligatory plunder the booty dad joke. All right, but the pirates in this game will literally come up to you and say, your booty or your life. And I mean, I think that's the joke in and of itself. I don't think you need anything else. That's the perfect setup. Feeling decent? Well, that's better than awful. So if he was in Cali and Missouri, so he should also be good. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever been that far west. No, I haven't. Well, I was sick for a week. That sucked. Right now I'm feeling okay. I still have a cough. So like, not great. But, you know, it could be worse. I had a really bad cold. It lasted like a good week. Okay. Brigantine is 334. A little short on that. Yeah, still got a nasty cough. The cough is not great, but you know. I think. Don't check that Kay is finally out of Nikkei jail. I did see that. I noticed the announcement. I didn't get to look into it much. Is she good? It'd be really funny if they let her out of jail just to make her trash. I was work from home during that time. I was surprised by that. I can't read all this. This is gonna. I'll have a coughing fits. It'll be great. At least not in any kind of voice. This guy wants me to do jobs, sail around. Cool. Post your skills, yeah. I guess we'll be male. I guess you're just picking how they refer to you. Okay. You know, I was really surprised because my manager had been going on for quite a while about how we weren't supposed to do that. But I guess when you're like really sick for, you know, days, they kind of just go, yeah, okay, fine. It's not what I expected, though. I think it helps that my manager, you know, basically approved it right away. So I think she might just have like poll with him. And can just be like, yeah, but no text to paste. That's okay. I can look in a second. If you send it to me over Discord, I can just look at it. Yeah, I'm guessing that the actual like message he was going on about was not quite meant for me. You know what I mean? It's not actually letting me leave. It's telling me I'm about to leave, but I can't leave. Go the other way then. We have different like teams, and some of us are doing more important things than others in terms of like timeline. So it's not so much an issue of you know, me just taking time off at all. It's more of just like, okay, but like you need to finish that work like now. So, and I'm aware of that, you know, we got deadlines. So I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. Start going that way. See a west marker. Okay. Okay, let's see. They just want me to do trade. Sent it. Let me take a look. Oh God, it's another. Oh, it's not that bad actually. It's a lot of information. Pellets. Wait, she has a shotgun? What? Reduces max ammo capacity. Increases damage. In burst, she's a shotgun. Doesn't seem bad. I don't know, it just doesn't seem that good either, though. I'm not seeing anything that makes me, like, lose my mind. AD up 10% is kind of eh. For dropping half your ammo. In some teams, it might not be so bad. Like a Brevity team, yeah, I could see it, but I don't know. I think this is one that has to see testing. I'm not sure what to make of it. There could be something here, but I'm not seeing it. It's not jumping out at me. I think if there's anything, it's mainly that burst with the attack buff and attack damage. She's only on probation since she isn't broken. Yeah, I can see it. I can see potential, but I don't think it's strictly like, oh, that'll be crazy. It'll probably just be okay. Pick up in Oakstown. Drop off in Austria-Hungary. Does it matter which town I go to? Doesn't look like it. How far long are you into this game? I have no clue. Not really clear to me. There's some quest lines you're supposed to do, so I'm doing those right now. Gonna see where that leads me. Level, I think that's my level. Yeah, 12. Max level is 30, but that's not like the end of the game. Oh yeah, let me see what they got for trade. What's a good deal? Cooked meat looks good. Low quality lumber. We sold in. Let's see. How much is the cooked meat here? 189. Not bad. Cooked meat sounds really good right now. Hell yeah. Soft scarf, maybe? Let's see if they'll buy that in Austria-Hungary. Sounds good. Go sell them there. I don't know. I had dinner and I'm already kind of feeling hungry again. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe I'm finally recovering from the sickness that I suffered. Or maybe I just need to drink more water. Oh my god, it's Midori. Midori, go to bed. What time is it for you right now? At lunch and that's it. Oh no, I just had dinner. I got home and ate. I got home, I ate, I went to my psychologist appointment, or psychiatrist. Okay, but Eris is a special case and doesn't have to wake up for work. Yeah, you should probably eat, Toledo. That seems like a good idea. Which, that said, talked to my psychiatrist today. They're putting me on a mood stabilizer. She's a special dummy thick. Extra dumb dial. You think it's needed? Probably. I'm really good at masking, but I have really bad mood swings. How to describe it? So like yesterday, I spent all day working on stuff. Like, I got up in the morning and I was like, yeah, you know, I guess I could maybe work on something. And then I built a whole new overlay. And I just kind of did it. That was my whole day. And actually that wasn't my whole day. That was my whole day, and then my whole night, if you want to separate them out, was helping Frisky and Dem build their character sheets. Not that I'm complaining about it. It's just, I just felt like doing stuff. Hi, Hazel. Welcome in. Playing Windward. But yeah, so yesterday I just felt like doing lots and lots and lots of stuff. There are other days where I literally won't talk to anyone all day. I'll do like the bare minimum to maintain social interactions, but that's about it. How am I? I'm doing all right. I was sick this last whole week. It was pretty awful cold. I think it was a cold anyway. I didn't like get tested. Sometimes get these crazy rushes of wanting to do stuff, and the next day I'm not leaving bed. Well, the thing is, like, I can have that for a week, or I can have it for an hour. It's kind of crazy. As long as it wasn't like fulfilling your feeling at the time. The thing is, like, it doesn't follow any kind of pattern. Like, there's no. It's not like I don't have inspiration or desire to get stuff done. I'm plenty neurotic. I want to do stuff. But it's just... some days I'm like really, really depressed for no reason. Like literally no reason. I'm just miserable. Like internally, it's horrible. Nice gameplay? So far, yeah. Yeah, I enjoy Woodward. I played the first game actually many years ago. It's a bit of like a niche little indie thing. Oh darn, that's not a good deal. Oh well. Okay, I got it for the same price. Any ID on Twitter? Yeah, I have a Twitter. If you punch in socials, ! Socials, you should see something pop up for a link to that. Yeah, there you go. That every tape, Midori, you just I think you might just like be lazy. Yeah, so you open the card and all the links you might want are there. Huh? Yeah, Midori. You were saying you feel like that every day. And I was like, I think you might just be lazy. It's possible. It just might be the case. Let's see, is anything like ridiculously cheap? Oh, wool. Wool is very cheap. Thank you, Delita. Illarin Wick. Okay. Oh, it's like right over there. Okay, load up on wool. Yep, I can just leave the region. There we go. Yeah, I mean, you could be depressed too. I don't know. Talk to a psychiatrist. I will say, I'm really happy with my psychiatrist so far. They're really cool. I just tell them how I've been feeling, and they just tell me what's going on and like what I can do about it. And they don't like mince words and waste my time or question me. I get questions, of course, to try and make sure that it's what it sounds like, but like nothing, no doubt or anything like that. They don't give me any grief. Or try to like avoid something, you know? That was a healthy little profit there. I just earned a profit. Why am I not getting the stupid thing? Damn it. Okay, fine. You need help, Hazel? With what? Neat. Interesting. Pop out. Then I don't see anything good. I don't know why I didn't get marked on that for the earned a profit thing. Kind of weird. Nothing raw dog in life. It has definitely made me well adjusted. Ah, yeah, totally. shortly. Like something I'm missing about that quest. I feel like there must be. Okay, so check their marketplace and make note of what they want to buy and sell. Buy low, sell high. Show them what you can earn a decent profit on a variety of goods. But it didn't market. I made money. I like doubled my money, which is like really good actually. Feel scammed. Swab the poop deck, lads. I want it shining. That's a nice emoji you got there. Midoriya would be very interested in that, I'm sure. Oh yeah, let me get to this town and I'll show you guys the new overlay. Since a bunch of you just showed up. Pretty happy with it. So I want to know why this town is called Austria-Hungary, but anyway. Weird. All right, I want to talk to this guy. There we go. That part's done. Austria was hungry. All right, listen here, Buster. That was funny. Yeah, I just wanted to see what the real stats were. That's kind of crazy. Anyway, let me show you guys the overlay here. Or well, the background, I guess. It's not really an overlay anymore. Now there's, well, the first thing is the chat above my head. That's new. The other thing is the alerts. I'll show you the raid alert. This would be if someone raided. Not much actually is shown on screen, but the drop down still comes down. It's just a little bit simpler, a little more straightforward. A little cleaner. Here is the follow one. Just pops up in the top right over there. Eris is stinky. Yeah, Eris is stinky. Why? Why do you ask? Especially since I'm pretty sure Eris is always watching us whilst on the toilet. So that kind of like, that kind of just makes it real, you know? If you didn't do that so often, maybe not. Maybe not stinky. But what is Eris's curse upon thee? That's something that you have to find out. That you experience it. You should. You should. There you go. This is Eris's curse upon thee. You have been cursed. Get cursed, nerd. Yeah, you get this. This is what you get. You get my new model. My newest model. Actually, no, it's not my newest anymore. It's my second newest. Soon enough, this will be my oldest model. Yeah, the Discord picture is this. Yes, but it now it's rigged, you see? The eyes move, the mouth. The mouth moves, the eyes move. It's not that rigged, but like it's rigged. It works. It is functional. Child's growing up way too quickly. You make this into a hand puppet for the new model. That'd be really funny, actually. Make it the cursed chat model. Make it, oh, for like the text to speech. Actually, I have a mascot design that I wanted to be my like little guy, you know? I've just never gotten to use him. I need him animated, but I can't animate. I'm too stupid for that. And by that I mean I don't have time to learn all that stuff. So at some point I'll pay someone to do it, but for now, I mean this little guy could work, you know? That being said, I'm not sure I want this on screen all the time. I think it'll scare everyone away. They'll come in and think I'm like a serial killer or something. I'm just waiting for it to end now so that I can show you guys the the background without it being weird. The creature. Hi, Bo. How are you? Don't worry. The curse is not that long. It'll be over soon, I think. How are you, Bo? How you been? I have a new layout, you might notice. Everything has changed. Oh, I can't complain too much. I was sick the last week. Starting to feel better, so that's good. Still got a cough, so you know if I go quiet, that's it. That's why I'm coughing. I'm dying. What changed? Well, if you look up the chat box in the top left, that's new. And I'll show you everything else that's new in just a second. The follows and new subs and all that stuff, that's all new as well. So there'll be different pop-ups. It's always been there. The chat has always been there, but the box has not been that one. Can you override it with other redeems? No. You get what you pay for around here. We don't pull any tricks or anything like that. You pay for your, I think it's 3 minutes, you get your 3 minutes. All right, so if I turn off the game, you can see the rest of it. Meow. I think someone made a joke the other day that I should just go meow or something like that. Just meow. I think very straight like that, you know, just play it completely straight. But I don't know. That seems a little silly. Don't do that. I'll be demanding my money back. All right. You get your. Anyway, yeah. So new background, and the. Actually, I can just show you guys all the pop-ups at once. Check this out. You won't hear the noises, obviously. So you hit them with the meow. And then there's all these. These just have example numbers. I've never seen numbers that big in my life. I don't even think I've seen 1,000 bits, and that's not even like, that's like $10. People just don't spend bits all that often, from my experience. Anyway, so that's what they all look like. That's how they pop in. They have the noises you might expect that go with them. So that's like, I think that's the most you'll see at once. If I enable an ad, by an ad I mean one of these little guys. That's like maxed out. That's everything. That's everything on screen that isn't a game. Which I think the old design was starting to get a little cluttered, which is why I did this. Why I simplified everything down to a couple colors. I really like the gradients. Those came out really well. I like the, I was able to get gradient text as well for the table up there, which I'm going to start calling the whole community the table. I think that's pretty cool. Best I got, I'll be honest. Evan Catboyd. I've been trying to come up with a name to call individuals in the community, but I don't really have anything. I'll not be a part of the table. You don't want a chair at the table? Just for you with your name on it? You don't want that? You don't want to sit next to us? I see how it is. I'm a part of the bobble. What? Now I've been catboyed. This is crazy. My name on it. Yeah. You get your own chair. Everyone gets their own specific spot in their own specific chair. That's how this works. It's your seat, not just a seat. Yeah, there's that. Still not sure what to call individuals. Can I get the cuck chair? If you want the cuck chair deleted, you can take it. You can have it. All yours, buddy. Everyone should be a part of the Bobble. Oh my god. I like to watch. Oh my god. Eris will fight you for the cuck chair. Eris likes to watch too. That's crazy. Well, I'll read the bobble. That's wild. First, you gotta start streaming, Bo. That's the first step. Then you can have your bobble. What? Huh? Bo's trying to sell his own little community that doesn't exist. He's spreading fake news. Oh yeah, no. Well, yeah, of course it's Midori. Midori's like your number one hater. I'll be honest. Kind of crazy. Pretty good to have a number one hater that likes you. That's pretty good. When your number one hater is your friend, that's good. Wonder who my number one hater is. Do I have one? Like is a strong word. Oh my god. You're my number one hater, Bo. You hate me? How? You've never criticized me. I don't think you've ever criticized me in a fashion that I actually thought was like a valid criticism of any sort. I've gotten a fair amount of criticism too. Okay, like what? Go on. I'll wait. Yeah, that's a lot of bombs. Someone was in here earlier and somehow their avatar was not one of the dogs. Too nice-minded for this. You don't have to be so nice. I actually do appreciate criticism and feedback. If anyone here wants to roast me, especially my stream, please do. Especially if you think it's like something I can actually just do better. That'd be freaking awesome. I'd love to hear feedback. I have to like beg people for it. It's like they're afraid they're gonna hurt my feelings. I mean, I might be a little sad about it, but like, if it's truly how you feel, then that's just something I should know, I think. I just tried to be mean to you, and I swear the first thing I thought of was, you suck. That's all you got? I mean, I'm doing pretty good then. I figured you meant first. That's okay. I got you. Yeah, I was talking earlier about kind of noticing two different types of creators in this space, especially VTubing, but broadly speaking. And I found it really interesting the way, on one hand, there are people who are pure hobbyists. They have no real interest. Where's the game? I'm not playing it anyway, so don't worry about it. I'm sitting in a port. Do you want it back up? Do you need the visuals? Meow was underwhelming. Meow. How's that one? That one was meant to make you cringe. Did it work? Here's the game, so you can just like listen, so you can watch things happen as I sit and board. I'm so cringe, senpai. Hell yeah. Meow, Dio. Yeah, no, straight back on the cuck boat. Oh my god. Anyway, I thought it was interesting the way some people are very hobbyist, you know, very appealing to look at. I see how it is. Oh, I think you're lying about that one though. You've been a fan, especially of the Catboy Maid outfit. I know you like it. Anyway, yeah. So some people are very, very casual, which is fine on its own so long as they know that they're doing it. I think some people, not that many, but I do think there are a handful who think they can approach it extraordinarily casually. Oh man, ads. I guess I have to wait. Like, I guess I'll have to wait. That's a shame. That's a damn shame. Let me move some things around here. There we go. I moved chat somewhere a little easier to look at. That'll be nice. But yeah, I guess I'll give it another minute. Let's see. Did anything else happen today of interest? I don't really think so. I'm very tired. That's definitely happening. I really screwed up my sleep schedule over the weekend. When we played Schedule 1, I think I was awake until like 3 a.m. And by awake, I mean on playing a game. So I wasn't actually asleep for like another hour and a half. Going to bed at 4:30 in the morning is not good. I had another day to like reset myself a little bit, but last night I think I got to bed at like 2 a.m. Still not great. So I'm aiming for a normal bedtime tonight. I would like to sleep. I like sleeping. I know that might be controversial to some people, but you know. Okay. Ads are another minute. That's okay. So what else? What else? Oh, 1 minute. People should be back pretty soon. I can just keep going. Ads. What was I saying? I'll get back on topic, and by the time I'm done, people will be back. Right, with people being, you know, more hobbyist without acknowledging it. I find that very interesting. I think this was in one of my little like side videos at one point, but there was one person I saw who was complaining quite a lot about not having growth, not having viewers, not having anyone paying any attention to them. And I was like, well, yeah, they said they've been doing that for like 2 years. Hi, Belle, welcome back. Ads are done? Good. I'm telling you a little story as a little side thing. There's this person complaining about how they weren't getting any attention. And when I looked at them, I have told this one before, so I'm going to keep it short. But when I looked at their VODs, there was just full of horrible audio. I want the ads back. Wow. All right. So part of the audio, right, was literally was just like this. I have to talk, otherwise I have audio suppression, so you won't hear it if I'm not talking. But it was like this. I'm sorry that I put you through that. That's how it sounded for like 3 hours. Obviously I didn't watch all of it, but I scrubbed through their VOD, and that was like the whole thing. It was awful. I'm not even sure if you guys were able to hear it in the first place. I was clacking my controller. It's all that matters. But it was really loud and annoying. And it sounded like they were talking at a wall, kind of like this, you know, like if I just completely turned my head away from you and wasn't talking to you at all. That's... Where did I go? Oh. Sound like you were yanking your hog? Oh my god. Be better than... Oh my god. Bo's actually just trying to roast me. That's crazy. I was more aiming for like valid criticisms, not shit talking. But I mean, you know, you're not very good at it, so it's fine. But you get the idea. It was really loud and annoying, really bad audio. It's just like, why? There's no way that you think that you deserve people watching you after 2 years. They're only barely 0.1% pop off. The thing is, I don't like being mean. I feel that. That's okay, Bo. I didn't take any offense. So the thing is, I think the pop off thing, that's true. That's very true. But people who have like moderate success is a lot more. Like you can have moderate gradual growth. 2 years, you should have a couple of viewers, I would think, if you're networking and talking to people. And if you have any ability to entertain. They had none, literally none. Like almost everyone gets a couple views. And it's just like they didn't even have those. Like single digits, man, single digits. That's really bad. That means like nobody clicked on their shit. It's like I'm sorry, but you're just bad at this. You're already at moderate success. I mean, compared to most people, but I don't really like that statistic, mainly because I think there are a lot of people who do it just for like goof, gaff, you know, whatever. They're just goofing around. They don't care. There's also a lot of like gimmick ones that are trying to do something. Things that aren't very smart. Kids, you know. So I would say I'm in the minor success stage at this point, where I have something going. I have a brand. I have viewers. That's great. Yeah, females have a different advantage. Very true. Men have their own advantages. They're just very hard to... They're not as clippable. You know? The kinds of things that more masculine culture has cultivated in men. At least, you know, where I grew up anyway. Is the kind of stuff that you guys, I assume, come here for. You know, the conversation, the long, drawn-out talks, me just talking. Yeah, men have more autism for speedrunning. Yeah, actually, it's probably mostly guys in speedrunning, isn't it? Guys who do face cam do better than women unless they are extremely sexualized. That is definitely a thing. So as far as not having to like appeal to gross people, like I'm gonna be real, a lot of the guys who watch stuff like that, they're kind of gross. You know, I think there is a difference between liking someone who is attractive and liking someone that is attractive, or rather liking someone for being attractive. There we go. That's the phrase I wanted. I think I just repeated myself on that first one. And there's a lot of guys who watch streamers who like them for being attractive. There's nothing else to it. Even if they're very talented, wonderful people, that's all the people who watch them care about. And that's, yes, it means that if you're attractive, you basically can have that, right? If you want it. But it's probably quite demeaning. you know, to basically be told that that's all you're worth by some people, which I imagine is why the ones who are successful without being wildly sexual push very hard against, you know, going towards that sort of thing. Well, IRL's like that also, but yeah, I mean, it's just the realities of life. You know, whether these are good things or not, I'd argue a lot of them are not good for society. It's like, it's fucked up to value someone by how attractive they are alone, especially when you're never gonna touch them. Like, let's be real, you know, you're not dating them, but whatever. So, you know, everything comes with a price. It's just how it is. But, you know, I don't have to pretend to be interested in people that I'm not. I don't have to play a part. Our monkey brains need to breed with the honeys. I mean, yeah, I mean, that is, yes, that is how we are wired. But, you know, I'm happy that my brand is just me, and it's not pretending to be something I'm not. Like, can I be flirty? Yeah, as a joke, you know, if I want to be. Can I just be flirty? I could be if I feel like it, but I'm probably not going to do that very often. You know, it's I'm not selling myself. I'm selling. I don't know how to phrase it exactly, but you know, you're not I'm not in a position where I have to pretend to be something I'm not. I think that's really all it is. And I'm happy about that. You know, I don't have to put on a show. I mean, I'm literally putting on a show, don't get me wrong. But, like, I don't have to keep things to myself, aside from stuff that TOS doesn't let me talk about. Like we were talking about mental health earlier. There's things I literally can't talk about. Because you can get, you know, hit by the platform for saying those things. You know, suffice to say, I've struggled with a lot of stuff. That's about all I can say. And you know, be safe from some kind of punishment. But aside from that, you know, I'm not really censored. I'm not really controlled. It's nice. Like, if people notice you're still the same after like a pop off, then you will keep viewers because they find your past to be genuine. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do is how do I put this? With the brand being me, I don't have to change anything. You know, if I blow up, it's still just going to be me. I'm gonna, if I ever have a large enough chat, you know, I'm thinking, you know, 30 active chatters, right? Nothing crazy. Anything from there up, I would have to start doing like slow mode and stuff so that I can talk to people. Like, that's my thing. That's what I like to do. Like, that's what I do here. I chat with you guys. Yeah, we play games, but mainly I'm here to interact with chat. Yeah, just being you. Which I think is actually really difficult. I find it very difficult to just be yourself because it is very very vulnerable. You know, you just show everyone who you are. Like, you just put that out there. What if they use that against you? What if you're like kind of annoying? What if you're kind of an asshole? Which I'll raise my hand on that one. I'm kind of an asshole sometimes. Oh well. That's just who I am. I'm not a raging one, you know. I don't go crazy, but you know, I can come off that way a little bit. And yeah, I mean, fair. I've been criticized for that, and yeah, they're right. They were right. Sometimes I go a little overboard. Not so much anymore, but you know, when I was younger, you know, a little more excitable in my teenage years. Usually justified, but like, you know, just pushed it a little too far. And you know, just hoping that people will also accept you. I mean, because if you put yourself out there like that, you know, and literally no one gives a shit. That's gotta hurt. That really hurts, man. That's fucking brutal. And I've had streams like that where, you know, I'm just sitting here being me, and like nobody's there, nobody's in chat. I haven't had too many of those. I'm kind of thankful. I feel like that would really eat at my motivation after a while. Oh, thank you, nice guy. Oh yeah, I'm trying to, sorry. I'm trying to not say people's names now. My mistake. Oh, let me put those away. I have to hide these things. At least unless they say something. It's my mistake. Don't feel obligated. I put those. Yeah. There we are. See, now I have to break a habit. I've gone and built a habit. Now I don't need it anymore. Ended up ordering Chinese. There you go. Chinese is pretty good. I don't think I've had it in a while. Yeah, it's actually, yeah, no, it's been quite a while since I had Chinese. I've had that Japanese steakhouse type stuff. Some like proper Mexican. Oh, delete it. You know that restaurant I told you guys about that like had really bland food? Oh, you unzoomed me, you demon. Let me fix this. Okay, there we go. It's not quite tweaked to the new layout and stuff. I went back there not too long ago, and it was delicious. I got you know that thing. I think Zippy got it. Yeah, I think Zippy got it at the other place. I got it there. It was awesome. It was really good. I don't know how. I guess the first time I went there, I just ordered something really bland or something. I don't know. For all the other chatters, there is a Mexican restaurant near me. And when I first got to this area, I had gone there and ordered something. I forget what it was now, but it was so bland. Like it had no seasoning at all. Like I don't know what I did. It's like I don't know what I ordered. I must have made some mistake. Went back recently. Delicious food. I don't know what happened, but it was pretty good. But yeah, the contrast to the more hobbyist side of things. That's what I was talking about earlier. I can get back on topic. I can do that. I'm capable. Burrito tacos. Yeah, those. Oh, they're so good. Anyway, yeah, more professional types, I've noticed, lack the personality, at least on social media. I want to give that caveat. I have not watched all of them. I don't know. But my experience has been with people who are a little more like leaning towards the I want to be professional and a real boy, you know? It feels a little too corporate. It feels a little too distant. You know, they'll have like really tight boundaries on like chat and things like that and the topics they'll discuss, and it feels very inhuman. You know, it feels like you're talking to a chatbot or something to a certain extent when you interact with them. I have seen a few streamers who were like that. That's what I'm referring to when I reference stream stuff, where it's just like, what's the point of being here then? I mean, the big point to me, anyway, of small streamers is that you get to talk to them. How many viewers do these streams have? For the guys, sub 5 usually. For the ladies, sub 30-ish. And I'll add a caveat to the men. The men who very strongly sexualize themselves, also in the 30-ish range, sometimes higher. Which I find to be a very interesting little category that exists. I guess it's like a niche. Not strictly femboys, but just guys. Well, and it's the topics, you know, they'll interact with you, sure, but it has to be all like the sweet cuddly stuff. It's just like, well, I guess if you were an idol, but these people aren't idols either. It's very, they want to be very, say so, for their brand's sake, not because it is their brand necessarily. You know what I mean? And I find that very interesting. I'm not sure that's a good plan. I'm very skeptical of that one. As far as long-term growth potential, since, you know, they're looking at it like a business, that should be their goal, right? You know, have people come in and just be able to interact and just talk about whatever. I think I've talked about this before. I'll talk about it again because I feel like it. If anyone remembers this, who was there, don't call anyone out. That'd be weird. But there was one person who I got a very bad feeling from. Well, most streamers. I mean, yeah. One person, I was in their chat, and I believe we were talking about quitting smoking. This is just one example. I'm not saying whoever this is like evil or something, or not good at what they do, but this is just an example. I don't think they see their viewers as friends. I mean, it'd be kind of weird to see all your viewers as friends, you know, when you start getting into the hundreds. It's kind of difficult. But it'd be nice to see them as more than a number. You know, it'd be nice if it wasn't just a TV show, basically. On serious topics. Oh, yeah. There's some privacy stuff in there for certain topics. You know, I'm not going to talk about my local stuff. You know, things that are local just to me. I can't do that for my own sake. But yeah, you know, I'm happy to get into anything that I have any thoughts on, politics or otherwise. I just happen to hold pretty mild views on most topics, so I don't really worry about getting into hot water. Which I guess maybe says something about some people. Just fine, you're allowed to have your opinions, but the worry that, you know, people will take it the wrong way, that's concerning. But anyway, the story was, we were talking about quitting smoking. And it was a very short conversation. We had only exchanged a few messages. This was just in a chat. And it was all, you know, very positive stuff, encouraging people, you know, like, oh yeah, here's, you know, yeah, no, that's a real thing you can do. You should totally do that. I think it was using vaping as a method to cut your nicotine slowly, to then quit. You know, that's your goal. Your goal is to quit. Which I don't see any reason why you couldn't talk about that. I don't see how that's a negative thing. I don't see how that's like a brand risk thing. I just don't see it. That's promoting good health. And within just those few messages, it wasn't a crazy sidebar or anything. We were told to stop, like very firmly. It's like, I mean, huh? We can't talk about that? Why not? Why not? I mean, I don't know the whole story. They could have a reason. I'm not, you know, not going to go crazy judging. But it's the optics of that. You know, if someone new comes in and that's your reaction to a pretty mundane conversation, something people might have around a water cooler, maybe they don't feel very welcome. They're just trying to keep you on topic of the stream. Well, no, they just said they didn't like that topic. Like, well, okay. Again, that's fine. You're allowed to do whatever you want with your stream. It's just, you know, I was new to their stream and I just didn't feel like sticking around after that. Just my honest truth, you know, that's how I felt. It's like, well, I don't really feel like I'm allowed to talk here. You know, unless it's in service to whatever they're interested in. And that feels very one-sided. You know, to a certain degree, yeah, you keep it on topic, but that had come up in the chat and people were chatting. So, you know, Again, if it was something that was more questionable, more weird, you know, maybe not family friendly, any of those things, I totally get it. But it was just, you know, a little sidebar about quitting smoking. Yeah, if it was pegging, that might be a weird topic to just randomly bring up in chat. Yeah, I mean, that's about it. That was the whole thing. It was just a little snippet, but you know, it left me feeling negative towards that streamer. So it's just like, you gotta keep in mind the optics and the way people are going to feel in the chat. It was also very abrasive. Stop it. Like, it wasn't a kind, oh, listen, hey guys, I'm really sorry, but could I redirect you? It was a very like, no, stop it. It's like, well, if you don't feel like you're doing something wrong, that kind of tone doesn't sit well. At least with more sensitive people, which I'll also admit, I'm a very sensitive person. I'm oversensitive to a lot of things. So, you know, that's just me. I'm sure there's viewers who wouldn't care, but I would. So, you know, if I'm the most neurotic and sensitive person I know, and I think I might be, if I can please myself, then I think I can please just about anyone. A lot of people don't see themselves at the proper scale. I do think there are some who have delusions of grandeur. I won't speculate on the person I'm referring to in the prior story. Wasn't around long enough. You know, it's probably not that uncommon. I think there's an opposite thing too, where there are people who end up blowing up, but they don't actually, they do like no preparation while they're smaller, with that kind of possibility in mind. So they don't know how they will handle 100 viewers or even 20 viewers who are like in the chat, 20 chatters, let's say. You know, how do you handle 100 chatters? You don't have to have a plan. I'm not saying you got to be prepped and ready to go, but like, at least think about it, you know? What's your basic options? What's your quick fix if something happens, right? Very simple things like that. And then on the opposite end, you know, what are you going to do when no one shows up? Happens all the time. You know, for someone that a lot of people have said to me, you know, oh, you know, you're actually doing pretty well for only being like a year in with no experience. Not quite a year yet, but we're getting there. 9 months, I think. But I still have times where there's literally no one here. Maybe some people are lurking, but chat's dead. No one's interacting, and that's fine. Not complaining, but just like, that's the reality. That's what I'm running into, you know, and I have to be prepared for that. All the same as I am mentally prepared for potentially, you know, some massive raid or something, to suddenly have to drop what I'm doing and introduce myself. Probably in a mild panic, but yes, you know, that would be the idea. And then, you know, if chat gets a little wild, or maybe it's a hate raid, you never know, right? I will say, I just want to circle back to a topic earlier. Another one of the big disadvantages of being a woman on this platform is they get a lot of fucking hate, dude. That's the part that really fucks me up about that whole thing. Like, yeah, okay, they got some advantages, but they get so much fucking hate. It's unreal. I have yet to see a guy, like just a guy, to be clear, say anything about ever having a hate raid or like haters, you know, really going after them and things like that. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Some people need to get a damn life. You know, it's fine to not like someone, of course, but, you know, going in and harassing them is very different. And, you know, I think I'm happy with where I'm at right now. I don't think I want that position. Might be a perception that games are a thing for guys. I think that is a thing that does come up. I don't think it's as common though, as a part of it is straight up like right-wing grifter type stuff. There are specific streamers. I will point out, these are streamers. They're on Twitch. They exist. Who get hundreds of viewers. Who actually just hate VTubers specifically. A burning hatred for them. I don't understand why. I've never seen them explain. But they do that, and they do hate raid sometimes. They won't put their name on it, of course, because you can get in trouble for that. But yeah. Guess it might be a perception. Some of the girls do it. It's just for the money possibility. And I mean, they're not entirely wrong. There are plenty of streamers who never touched a game before and got into it because they thought it would be a fun way to make money. But there's the obvious missing part of that of, well, yeah, but then they probably had fun with the video games because video games are fun, idiot. Like, put two and two together here. You know, it sounded like a fun way to make money. Yes. And games are fun, dude. Like, that's why we're all here, man. Yeah, for some reason there are people out there who cannot put those ends together to make a connection, to close a loop logically. There's some just straight up like misogynistic hate. Some guys just hate women. More than you might think too. Like I'm kind of surprised. These are people you'll never interact with, like in public, in person. They don't touch grass. There's really not that many of them, but it only takes like 20 people to ruin your night. So those also exist. But I've never run into someone off of Twitter, to be clear. There are some on social media, but never like in social spaces like you're on Twitch or anything like that, who absolutely despise men. Like it's so much more rare to actually like have an interaction with them. There are definitely people who do, but they just don't. They're not as hostile and vindictive. I don't know why. I don't know what the difference is, but that's what I've seen. Maybe it's just a difference in how they like approach their hate. I don't know. Something to research maybe. But extremes usually are the loudest when voicing opinions. This is true. Yes. It's just how they go about it, I think is the real difference there. One is more outwardly violent. The other is more rhetorical. By rhetorical, I mean they literally espouse rhetoric, not the other kind of rhetorical. You know, but it's very interesting. Just learning more about streaming as I've been here and watched what other people put up with and go through. I see mostly it's guys who complain about just like not having the opportunity to entertain. I do think there's more of an emphasis on networking for guys. That's kind of what we have to do. You know, I'm part of Dem's community. Shout out to Dem if Dem's here, who has helped me a lot with networking, and it has helped me quite a bit. You know, both in just having an active chat, like, it matters a lot actually. Just having people to bounce off of, regardless of whether they're going to be like long-term Giga fans who like never leave, don't have anything better to do with their time, because other streamers obviously have to go stream. But they're awesome to have. They're really awesome people to have in your chat. And it helps a lot. I think there are certain niches and stuff where you don't really need that so much. You can kind of just get away with not worrying about it as much. You should probably still, you know, network a little, but it's not as important. For regular old dudes, yeah, networking is huge. Socializing is huge, because that's where the appeal is. I mean, most people who watch streamers, they're gonna be guys. I do think, especially in the VTubing space, it appears that more like regular quote unquote people who aren't, you know, huge weebs or whatever, you know, aren't big anime fans, all that stuff, are more so open to VTubers as the years go on. There's a lot more of them now. They're in the public more. So it's kind of getting a little more normalized. So I think that's going to actually help kind of balance those things out, because for the longest time, it was really like a very strongly male dominated viewer base. I don't think that'll ever go away, but like it'll be less severe. I believe some of the biggest guys who, you know, stream to female audiences do like thirst trap content, and that is very interesting. It's its own niche for sure. And they do like ASMR and stuff like that, which I'm not against the idea of doing ASMR myself, but I would be very strict about like what kind I'd be willing to do. Whereas I see some of the stuff these guys make is crazy. It is just as wild as what the ladies make for their male audiences. Yeah, I mean, it has its place. It's just like, wow, I didn't know that was a thing. You know, I just keep finding things. Why on a platform for games? That is the thing where like I'll see someone like that and then they're like, oh, I got banned off YouTube. And it's like, well, I can't go check your content now, so I don't know for sure. But like, what was your content exactly? You know, like, was it like a thinly veiled fetish? If so, yeah, they don't usually allow that on like YouTube and Twitch. There's platforms for that. They exist. And you should use them if you want to make stuff like that. Absolutely. I encourage it. But, you know, don't be surprised when the obvious outcome happens, or a very likely risk happens. You should be prepared for those things, I think. 5 years ago, I would understand more the complaint, because then you're just like, well, what am I supposed to do? You know, there wasn't places, like, what are the other platforms? I mean, there's obviously OnlyFans, Fansly, stuff like that. People could totally use those, and some of them do, which makes sense. But for why on a platform like this one, I mean, the answer is just visibility. You go on any of those other platforms, if you don't have an audience following you, you get nothing. You know, people aren't going to just find you over there. Which visibility is already hard enough to get. You know, getting an opportunity to say hi to someone, you know? Like, that's the thing, that's my struggle. That's the thing that is very difficult for me, from my own very specific kind of content. I think the hardest part is just getting the opportunity to you know, sell myself as an entertainer, as a content creator to them. You know, to get someone to give me a chance. Which again, not a complaint, but you know, that's the thing that that's what's difficult for me. Other people have other challenges, some that I don't want. I would not trade for them. S4 co-ops. I don't know what S4 means, but I guess I'll just keep doing these co-ops to level up. Be the fastest way to get somewhere. But yeah, some people definitely push the limits, and I feel like they kind of have to know that they are. Maybe your goal in streaming seems more aligned to doing like IRL streaming. I think that's where I would have an easier time getting an audience is. but my job kind of necessitates that I really shouldn't. And I'm happy to like to just do the VTubing stuff. I do enjoy the anonymity. I can just say things and not have to worry about it. I can make jokes and not have to worry about like my family knowing that I said something a little bit outrageous. Because some of my family is very, I don't know if I want to call them conservative, but they're not exactly loosey-goosey with humor. At least not like that. You know, like that Gogurt video? You know the one. That would not fly. I would never hear the end of that. From some family members, there would be great disappointment. From others, I would just never stop getting shit for it. Which I can take the second one. I do not want to deal with that first one. That was quick. But yeah, there's plenty of reasons. And I'm fine with being part of the people who bring a more like normal audience over to watching VTubers and giving them a chance. There are other VTubers who do something very similar to what I do, where like they're just someone playing games and, you know, hanging out and talking with chat. It's not, you know, it's not much deeper than that. They don't do anything that necessarily requires anonymity. That's legendary. Nice. Let's replace that one thing. Yeah, makes sense. That guy's okay. Just gonna throw these out. Should be able to sell these at some point. Then I gotta admit, there is a really nice like luxury to not having to you know, wear nice clothing and stuff, and, you know, worry about, you know, how you look when you start streaming, especially after work. You know, it's like, do I really want to get home, quickly make dinner, eat, shower, probably have to do some makeup, right? Because you don't want to look like crap on camera. And then immediately start streaming. And that's like your whole day. You work, you come home and get ready to stream, you go to bed. I'd like at least a few minutes down. You know, in the middle there. I can't do pantsless streams anymore then. I mean, yeah, no, you can't. It's real pain. Not that I do. But, you know, you couldn't, which is a real pain. I don't know what's going on here. It's crazy to me how many VTubers had stories of like their parents walking in while they're streaming and they're like, I'm naked. And it's like, wait a minute, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you naked? I could understand if you were just like not very well clothed. That would be one thing, right? But just like bare naked, that's crazy. Why would you do that? What are you doing? How's that even comfortable? You're sitting on your office chair bare? Really? That's wild to me. I feel like that would leave like an imprint. That would just be so uncomfortable. Then you find out they stream from like a lazy boy or something and it all makes sense. if any of the other streamers are still hanging out here, would any of you do a naked stream? You don't have to say that you did or will, but would you, if it was allowed? Would you just sit there naked doing your VTubing? Or is that scary? I feel like that's scary. I'd be too afraid of I don't know. So many things could go wrong. Unless they're saying that to just get the people to not come into the room, or if they're ashamed of what they're doing, they say they're naked instead. But these are big streamers, right? Their parents know. Their family knows what they do. Like, it's their job. These are like the corpo ones. Some of the corpo ones have said that. And it's just like, really? That's just crazy. I don't know. Sounds uncomfortable. I mean, if they're happy, I don't really care. It's just it's just crazy. Master Nobbler. That is a name. Ooh, there's the Pirate King. Go straight for that guy. Dang it. Where'd my teammates go? They all just like buzzed off, man. What the heck? You're done eating. Oh, that was quick. Time for some sleep. Get some rest. Be well. Sleep well. I'll see you next time, Delita. Guess I should go check the Pirate King. Yeah, thanks, man. You know, I think things are going pretty well. I said earlier, I just like people watching. I just like analyzing what people are up to. I feel like I learn a lot from it. So that's kind of what I was thinking about. The whole like what I see other people doing and analyzing it and all that. It's just very interesting. Pretty nice. Yeah, looks like they got 2 ports right now. Go for the north. Ooh, okay. Damn. Ooh, dude's got a lot of effects going. think there's got to be another port around here somewhere. I could be wrong. Oh, there it is. Another port. I don't know why the pirates didn't capture it already. They've been up here before. I mean, not complaining about it, but, you know. Looks like most of the pirates are down in the southeast area. Which means I should be concerned about that southern port. The one that needs to be defended on the left there. So we'll head down this way. Traveling the whole map takes a minute. Yep, see, there they are. They're attacking it now. Dang, man. All right. We'll be there in a minute. Hopefully we'll be there before they can take it. Like we got two enemies here. Okay, nice. Doing this, no problem. So there we go, there we go. Oh, oh. Come on. There we go. Nice. And I'm just taking a beating over here. Okay, here we go. They captured that. I'll move on to the next one. Owie. My eyes are burning. Oh, man. Coming in on the northeast there. I'm thinking they're going to be able to come from one of these sides here. So I am going to stay over here on the east side. Ah, see, right there. I freaking knew it. the route they took, I'm gonna guess they came just north of here. Go check that. Oh my god. They just come from every angle. And our people keep leaving. Finish capturing that. Out here at the south. Gosh, dang it. Oh. I'm going into the wind. Levels? Oh yeah, we got a handful of levels. Skill points, anyway. Hell yeah. We got Groglov now. Should help a lot. Oh, hell yeah. That was a lot of damage, actually. Recap this for us. I know there's some way to get like a vampiric thing going on. No clue how though. Let's take a look around. Exploit, that doesn't look like it. Maybe it's items based. Not sure. Damage and mobility. Each level is another 2%. That's not bad, and then it feeds into that. I don't know. Improved volley sounds good too. I think we'll try that first. Oh yeah, we're done here. Duh. My God. You got crazy quality. The hell is Bloodthirst anyway? Yeah, Bloodthirst is not listed there. What does that mean? Oh, yeah, gotta enter the town. Then I should be able to sell things. Duh. Just anything. Oh, that's pretty nice. Oh, with the repair. Ooh. Wow. But I think the other stats will make up for it. Oh, they literally don't have enough money. Okay. Which money am I at now? I can buy the next ship up. That'd be cool. I just have to find my faction. Here we go. I wonder if Bloodthirst is the vampiric stuff. It's just not clear at all. Well, I'm gonna go towards Rampage anyway. I want the direct attack type ability, if I have a choice in the matter. So I either save up for double the money for a frigate, or I just get the brigantine right now. Right now I have a schooner. The difference is significant. First of all, let's sell this junk. Actually, I'm just gonna throw some of this out. It's not worth much. Really just not worried about it. Okay, so what I can do, move all this out, and we're gonna get the next ship up. Gonna be missing some crew and stuff probably, but that's okay. All right, so this should be, maybe I'll use that guy. Mostly empty, just cosmetics now. Can we swap that out? Anyway, so we buy brigantine. It's level 9. I think that lowers our level over. That happens like every time. More space for more stuff. This crap goes down here. Swap things out. No real room for that, huh? Yeah, I guess not. It's okay. Certainly make do without it. Anything else I should be using? Not necessarily. As far as I can tell, the default loadouts are like pretty neutral builds, pretty balanced. Quality build, you could say. All right, cool. There we go. I'll paint it up. All right, time to go get some more gear. Okay, we can just leave region. Should use that when we have the option. It's pretty nice. Extreme Dreadlord. Okay. Let's see how it fares. Not sure how this will go. But, you know, it does help if I spend my points and stuff. Oh, that's a shame. I don't have my cocktail anymore. That's okay. We're here to level up anyway. Looks like we're getting into it. Nice. Where's my water barrel, actually? Wait, where? Oh, I didn't grab the skill. I'm an idiot. Okay, there we go. Like, wait a minute. Dang, okay, well. I guess I'm playing defensive. By that I mean I'm gonna find someone stronger than me, stay behind them. Or do something cheesy like this. Not working out. Actually, I wonder, can you? Dig a hole? No. Ah, man, that's a bummer. I believe in the first game you could dig your way through and like create new canals so that you could get around places, but I think they got rid of that. Or at least it's not in yet. That guy has really cool sails. I like that a lot. Like the sun or something. Well, thank you, player. Some people are nice sitting here repairing. Ugh. Okay, well, thank you. I'd love a hug. Glad to have me as a friend. Well, thank you. It means a lot to me. I'm happy I have you as a friend as well. How am I feeling? I'm feeling okay. It's still a little rough, but you know. Uh-oh, I think I'm in trouble here. Yep. I had a few more enemies behind me than I had hoped to have. Yeah, no, feeling all right. I could be better, could be worse. Last week was rough. What game is this? This is Windward Horizon. It's a silly little game. I think it's a little expensive for what it is. It's like 20 bucks. We'll see what it turns into in due time. I'm only really playing it tonight because I didn't want to play anything too complicated. Like demanding, you know? I want to be able to take my time. Hi, Amy. I hope you're doing well. How have you been? Oh, almost had a volley there. They really tried to just sit there. That's crazy. We didn't really get to fight those guys, but you know. How's it going? It's going good. Going good. I recently updated my whole like overlay and layout stuff. So that's pretty cool. I guess you probably wouldn't have heard about it. I changed my approach to collabs. Won't be streaming most of them. I will be doing them on non-stream days, but streams will mostly just be me. Did some introspection about what my actual like brand and appeal is. Decided that would probably be for the best. So that's what we're doing. I have a recording of Schedule 1 from the other night. Gotta scrub through that still. Not sure there'll be much there worth watching. I played a support role for the other guys. Which I'm happy to do. That's one of the appeals for me as well, is, you know, if the game we're playing ends up requiring to one of us to be like more of a support character, then I can do that, and I don't have to like worry about my audience being bored. Oh, my model's very clean and cute. Well, thank you. Actually, we just got the V-Bridger stuff set up for it, so you can move the mouth with it, which I'm very happy about. Yeah, Dreamer, you just gotta let me know when you're available. We can do that. I think this coming weekend is the Marvel Rivals tournament. Oh my god. Oh, almost died there. Set that to auto target. Yeah, that should be fine now. Ooh, he volleyed me once and I just immediately died. Oh, now I have excavate. Is it like a skill? Like, I feel like that's a skill or something, because I don't think I saw that before. Yeah, now I can dig through stuff. Awesome. Yeah, just let me know the game and what time, Dreamer, and we can set something up. What time's your avail? I probably have stricter availability than you. Probably. Here we go. Ooh, I just got an answer from the chat in game. It looks like Bloodthirst is the lifesteal. That's good to know. That will inform my decisions. Ouchie. What the heck? I think my auto target did not target me. What the heck? Why would you do that? That was messed up. This path might be faster right now. Yeah. And these Pirate Kings do crazy damage. I think I just need to get some hits in. I don't really have to like go crazy with trying to avoid dying, but still, it kind of sucks. Showing up just to get deleted. And I don't know why I'm spawning all the way over there. I have to like, does that change where I'm gonna spawn? It does. Maybe it does. Okay, yeah, it changes where the circle is, so I think that's what that means. Butterfly just got into my PC case. Oh my god. Yeah, I'd be freaking out. Ooh. They do this, they die. I don't think they have very good self-preservation instincts. I'll be honest. Hang guys, let me loot a little. Bullying. Yeah, I mean, butterflies aren't exactly the brightest, huh? I've always had a fear of like a bug getting in there, like a kind of like a bigger bug getting into my PC case and actually just frying the whole thing. That gives me horrible anxiety. Like if I go away for a weekend and I come back and turn my computer on, I'm very afraid that I might just hear some awful noises and then it dies. I know that's like exceedingly unlikely, but just the idea is scary enough. So anxious already? Yeah. Cannon hits. Oh, cannon hit supply stuff. Negative bloodthirst. That's really interesting. This guy's mythic if you get his skills up. So is this one. Can you go through another cannon event? Oh. Doesn't sound very fun. Oh, that one's really strong too. I guess this guy's getting replaced. $63 though? That's kind of crazy. Oh, it's that lucky coin thing. That's, I mean, that must be good then. Guess I'll keep him. Armor repair. Accuracy. Ooh. I like accuracy. Hitting your target is often a good thing. Saves disappeared after your brother played with your account. What? Huh? On what game? All of them? Please don't tell me it's all of them. That's messed up. All of them? Oh my god. No, that's awful. Yeah, but you know, it still sucks. Holy crap, 3.2 million gold for one item. Wow. I have 160k. That is a lot. What occurs to me, I never sold the schooner. That's okay. But as long as you're okay, Amy. He just felt bad more than me, mostly because he put the hour. Oh, okay. Yeah. Still. Bummer. But I mean, whatever caused it, I guess will be a good I don't know, learning experience. That's all I got. That's all I got for you. I'm looking for the the positive here. I'm trying. There's a silver lining to every story. That's all I got for you. 2 Pirate Kings. Yeah. Wait, oh dear. You don't care that much? Okay. Well, if you say so. My ship is just like, it doesn't do anything. I think I might be an okay healer, but that's about it. And only okay. I'm not good. I should look up like builds for this game, maybe. That would be good. Try to help this guy out, I guess. Whoa. Dang it. Yes, okay, that is how you set your spawn point. Cool, cool, cool. What games do you play, Amy? I don't think you've mentioned it too much. I don't know if you have like a genre. Some people have like a specific genre that they're like huge fans of. Ow. Okay. Damn. Let's go for here. Dang. They hit so hard. Baldur's Gate 3 and Cyberpunk? Okay. I never got to stream Cyberpunk, but I have played it. Very good game. God, what's going on down here? Baldur's Gate 3, I played, never finished it though. Not really sure why I never finished it. Just I guess kind of lost interest. Uh-oh. So many hours, you're almost so close to the end. Oh yeah, no, I was like really close, and I just didn't do it. I just didn't feel like it. I don't know. Never played Lies of P. I've heard so many people talk about it. I'm gonna have to play it eventually. This is crazy. SCP is cozy and honestly kind of easy. Kind of easy. I said it was a Souls game. That's okay. Code Vein's kind of the same way. Really not that hard. Still a fun game though. Kind of why I figured, yeah, I'll probably just play it to play it. You know, for the experience. If I want a hard game, there's plenty of those. Some unnecessarily so. The range. There we go. Some of these people got crazy range going. I do not have that. Old RPG Maker horror games. It doesn't sound like the worst thing ever, honestly. I think I probably already watched someone else play them. So that's kind of like the big downside to it. I don't really have time to watch those kind of playthroughs anymore, so in a few years, maybe I'll forget, and then we can do that. I was saying to, I think it was Dem, that at some point we should just do a collab where it's just me and Dem, and we just watch like the Mandela catalog or something and talk about it. Want to be a pirate? Ooh. That's definitely a song, and I don't recognize it. And I'm kind of sad that I don't. I feel like I should. Maybe I'm too old. That might be like just after my time. But yeah, you can be a pirate. The Longest Johns. I'm trying to keep up with the combat here for September 12th, watching Ailstorm and Gloryhammer. What is that? I just don't know what that is. Ah, two bands. One is pirate metal, the other is Scottish folk metal. What the fuck must that sound like? That's crazy. You know, lately I've been hearing, like, I've been meeting people who are like, oh yeah, I'm into this one band, and I'm like, oh okay, what kind of genre? And it's just the weirdest thing you've ever heard. It's just like, really? That's, huh? Like, I'm sure it's great and all. It's just, it just catches me off guard. I think it was Ghost. Allie's a big fan. Another streamer. And he loves them. But, yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, Ghost. But it was described to me as, Scooby-Doo chase music. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean by that? It's not a genre. It's not a real thing. You know, that sounds awesome. Ghost is cool, but don't listen to them. Used to. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, they didn't really get me, per se. Like, it didn't thrill me when I listened to it. I see appeal. I just wasn't for me. An easy swap in. Like Metal and Pirates, Ailstorm, or Jolly Rogers. That I have no idea what to expect from that. I'll be so real with you. I have no freaking clue what that means. I'm open to it. I will try it. But I'm just surprised at the fact that there's pirate metal. Like that, just that on its own. You've already surprised me. You have my attention. My genre is now grocery store music. Uh-oh. Yeah, isn't that scary? You start going to the grocery store and you're like, oh, I like that music. The music they're playing in the grocery store is for me. It'll happen to you one day. It's not right now. It will eventually happen. Unless you're into really obscure stuff, I guess. But at least the music you grew up with will be in the grocery store. Stop, it was a joke. I'm just saying it'll happen. It will eventually happen. Okay, I could say things that'll make you even sadder, but I won't do that. Reality is bad enough. Lock me up when I bob my head to that. Damn. You'd be surprised. They tend to keep like relatively recent in the grocery stores, especially later at night. If you go into a grocery store, just a grocery store, Walmart don't count. But like you're like a normal grocery store. Later in the night, you know, like 9 o'clock, something like that, they start to play some like more modern music. Not the stuff for the old peoples. So you might be surprised how fast that happens. Like late 20s, 30s is when that starts to hit. Like you don't expect that until you walk in one evening because you're like, oh yeah, I need to get the thing. You need to get something, you know, on the way home, no big deal, right? Then you're like, oh yeah, I remember listening to that in high school. Oh, wait a minute. The upside is that the morning music won't be your high school stuff until you're like in your 60s. So, you know, that won't be too soon. And the afternoon stuff is like your 50s. They definitely appeal to the older crowd. But you know, keep in mind, you know, getting old ain't exactly a bad thing. There's benefits to it, usually. Not always, but usually. Namely, people will treat you differently. Usually better, which is like weird. I think that also kicks in like your late 20s. Like you learn to be an adult proper, or whenever you learn to be an adult proper, I guess is when it really kicks in. But once you have that like vibe to you, people will just treat you different for some reason. People treat me like a kid. I'm 26. Yeah, so yeah, I still get treated like a kid. I'm 28. Oh, not everyone, but I still look like I'm like in my early 20s, so people tend to kind of behave like I am until I talk to them a fair bit, and then they're like, oh, you're old, and then they think I'm like in my late 30s. Hi Mika, how are you? Why did everything stop? Oh, he's in fog. Why did we stop fighting the enemy? The nurse thought I was 18. She was talking so softly to me. Oh my gosh. Hi, Clee. How are you? How is everybody? Oh my gosh. A bunch of people showing up. Tay's old. I'm not that old. Like 69. God, I wish. But yeah, no, I think it's once you like get a certain air of maturity about you and look the part a little bit, people will treat you more like you're, you know, old or older. I'm doing good. Can't complain at all. Actually, no, I can. I'm still recovering from being sick. I can complain about that. Otherwise, things are going good. I have a new overlay too, like a whole new layout. Let me, actually, I don't know. Have you seen the new V-Bridger stuff? Wait. And Mika, if you here. You listening? Oh God, just got eaten. My face moves in funny ways. Really like the new layout? Awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. There's more to it. You can't see all of it right now. The background is also different. You know, there's not a lot going on in this game right now. Give me 1 second. I'll toggle it for a minute. There's the new background. And here's the new pop-ups. So these are what's going to pop up when things happen. They're a lot simpler. They're more straightforward. No names, no profile pictures, none of those things to embarrass people. Because that's something I've heard a fair bit about is, while it is nice to acknowledge people, giving them the choice to be acknowledged is appreciated. And I can definitely see that. You know, from my point of view, right, as a creator, I love to be acknowledged. I have no complaints about it. But there are going to be people who don't want their name called out when they follow. That's something I have to now break the habit of because I've always done that. But you know, I'm trying. I'm working on it. Let's see. Is there anything else? I think it's just those. Yeah, just those. There's gonna be no other notification type things that pop up. I gotta fix a few little things. I think with the maid outfit, the video doesn't play right now. It just skips over it. I gotta change some things there, for like settings, you know. But that's about it. Everything else should be working. Get the game back up. Yeah, the whole idea was just to simplify things, make it a little more straightforward. To declutter it, while still having the stuff that people really enjoy. You know, little pop-ups are nice little visuals. If you don't have audio on, you can still see that something happened. Chat box, obviously. You know, we want to know what chat's saying in say YouTube. Which for the Twitch folks, yeah, up there, Klee's talking. You can see that there in the little chat box. And the little stream avatars, you know, the little Tay bots. I don't know what Tay gates. That's what I call them. Puppy says hello. Hi, puppy. Oh, I got a grog customization. Nice. Fuck Klee. Klee's a bitch. Oh my god. Klee on Klee violence. I'll never get away from it. This being here, I hate being sick. Aw. Yeah, I have noticed you haven't been around as much. Not that I'm blaming you for it, but just saying. I do notice. We do miss you. Doing an offensive British accent. What does that mean, Klee? Offensive British accent? Like, is it offensive to British people, or are you just being offensive with a British accent? Which way are we going with this one? That one's 30. Okay, this one's probably better. That's a straight upgrade. Hell yeah. Like a mocking British accent. Oh, okay, okay. You're only offending Frisky then at most. Yeah, you're fine. He's a tough guy. He can take it. Let's see. Can I upgrade anything else with this? Meh. British people would be offended. British people would be offended by, you know, a glass of milk and a piece of toast. So they are the earliest pedants. They just love to be pedantic. Thank you, Amy. I must have leveled up from that, right? Yeah, okay, I did. Would have been kind of sad if I didn't. Feels nice being less busy. I need to rewatch some VODs to make sure I haven't missed too much lore. I don't think you've missed much in the way of lore, per se. So that's the lore. Oh, ooh. Yeah. I think we go this way. Yeah, the Tay's lore. If you will. Which I haven't done any side videos in a while, but I've just taken to talking about those things here now. Instead of like shoving them in a corner. So I don't know that I have much to talk about in those spaces now. Small compartment in my brain that's Taylor. Yeah. Is there? That's good. Guess the frigate is like the last thing that I need, quote unquote. I guess I'll just sell the schooner. I have no need for it. It's just a lesser version of this. So I need 700k for that. Oh, wow. I think I'm done with the game for now. We'll close this. Oh gosh, that's a lot of notifications. Okay, hold on. One moment, please. That's a lot of, I think, Blue Sky? Yeah, Blue Sky notifications. Let me just check that it's nothing's burning down. Okay, nothing crazy. Good, good, good. Hit chat where I can see it better. Here we go. Let's see, what else do I have? I feel like I'm sure I have something I can show you guys or talk about. Let me go look at my redesign document. It's more or less in stone now. Not strictly, but mostly. I've submitted it to my artist to make the reference sheet for the new design. Oh man, ads. boys. Yep. Glowkey been wanting to get an Addison Rae tattoo. What would that look like? What would an Addison Rae tattoo be? Let's see if I can find my document. Here it is. Oh, it's so bright. I'm blind. You've been spared from ads this time, Klee? Hell yeah. Okay, let me see if I can find... There's just one detail I want you guys to see. It may not look exactly the same when it's done, but like, I think you'll like it. Where is it? Scrolling. I think what I would get is a mini Diet Pepsi can tattooed either on my hand or lower back. She has a song called Diet Pepsi. God, it's over 6,000. Oh my god. There we go. That's just for Amy. Okay, let's see this into an image so you guys can see it. Oh, I can move myself to be more visible. There you go. Oh my god. Everybody, listen, I can move. I can move around my set and it doesn't like ruin everything. Isn't that crazy? Like clash with every little bit of it. Okay, let's get this image. Well, okay, good. It's not huge. That was kind of the hope. Okay, so this is gonna be here. That's where that's going. My streamer has grown up so much he can move and nothing will clash. Listen, it takes time to figure out what design is. You know, graphic design is my passion. Like, yeah. But yeah, adding the from the handgun logo that I have, that little the handgun with the like the half a hit marker type thing. That's the belly. So that will go here. It's a little too big. 1 second. Scale it. That's roughly to scale. So there will be an extra little chevron there, almost like a womb tattoo, if you're aware of what those are. So no blue. Oh no. Actually, okay. So awesome part about what we can do with the new model. It will be every color, any color. Pick a color. Literally pick a color. That's the plan. Is that it can be literally any color. The default will be the blue, as it was. But I will set it up so that you guys can literally plug in either a hex code or an RGB code. I'm not sure which. Probably RGB. That might be... Oh no, actually it's pretty easy to get a hex code now. Every color, any color. Okay, someone's prepared for Pride Month. Well, it has to be one color at a time. But it is possible. If I wanted to get really crazy, I might be able to make it work that it could alternate between the colors. But that would be really difficult, I think. I don't know how I would do that. But I think theoretically it's possible. It just might not run well. It might run really poorly. Because it would have to change color 60 times every second to keep up with the frame rate. To do like an RGB glow type of deal. That'd be kind of intensive. You could do it though. It's possible. You can program that. It's doable. technically. I don't think I'd want to do it. Well, the nice thing is you can just go to like color picker, literally type in color picker into Google, and that's the first thing that'll come up. You just grab that and you grab the hex code. I think hex code would be easier for most users, because otherwise if you're trying to do RGB, you gotta like copy paste 3 times to get that code. That's kind of a pain. So I'll probably just take in hex codes and throw them on, depending on what I can do. Now I can make it work either way, because I can so the software I use, StreamerBot, also accepts C#. Color picker, I barely know her. Oh my god. Yeah, so StreamerBot accepts code. I can write C#. I know how to write C#. That's convenient. Pretty common language for programmers. So even if VTube Studio doesn't take a hex code, I think it does. But if it doesn't for some reason, I can just convert it. It's not that complicated. Somehow. I'll figure it out. I'm sure there's some method. But yeah, so that's just one little detail. There is quite a bit more. I have 17 pages, including all the references, so, you know, and including formatting. Most of it's lists, but like there's a lot here. The main design is changing dramatically, and by that I mean like the outfit. The plug suit will stay, but like the jacket, the pants, all that's gonna go. There will be different clothing. There will be a half cloak, hooded half cape, something like that. I forget, there's a term for it, but something along those lines. There will be a different pair of pants. I'll have gloves. I'll have more like futuristic looking armor, you know, a little more advanced. We're upgrading. We're upgrading. I have a bunch of ideas that I offered my artist. Sounds like he's getting frisky. No. I'm not getting frisky. He rejected me, actually. It was a very sad moment. Joking, of course. My brain goes foggy whenever you explain this to us. You'll see. Don't worry about it too much. It won't make sense until I have the reference sheet for you, and I don't have one yet, so you'll have to wait a little bit. I'm seeing if there's any references I have that I could show you. Let's insert thing. I'm a visual learner. God dang it. They're tricking me again. Oh god, that's so bright. I turned off dark mode on my browser to get this screenshot I'm doing right now, and holy crap. Okay, I can see again. Why is everything default to like ultra bright mode? I don't get it. Okay, this one will be... All right, next picture. Here's a reference I can show you because it's just a little accessory, but I think you guys will like it. Here we go. So just from the belt, I'm gonna hang these little hanger doohickeys. They're just for style. They don't do anything really, but they look really cool. Something vaguely like that. It's not gonna be literally the same. Ben has the cutest cocks ever. Those aren't cocks, those are chickens. They're hens. He doesn't have any cocks. But yeah, I'm gonna hang these just from the belt loops on the front. just because I'm getting rid of the pants and the straps, so I want to still have something that, you know, has some physics, you know, to kind of draw attention and give it a little more movement, you know? But also, I'm going to make one of them orange and white, or white mainly and then orange, and the other one will be blue and purple. The colors more or less match up some of my closest friends now in the content creation sphere. So it more or less encapsulates them and adds them to my design. And, you know, adds a little bit of color too. It's going to be a pretty dark design, a lot of blacks. So I'd like to add a little color for pop, you know. I think the armor will be the one of the brightest parts of it. It won't be that bright. So, and of course the glow from the suit, that'll be a lot of the color that you get. Is them orange and white, or am I dumb? Yeah, that's the point. Well, it's gonna be white mainly, and then orange is the accents. Just because if it was bright orange, I think that would be a little much. Actually, what did I write down? I could have it backwards. But I think also the white kind of encapsulates more people, whereas Dem is just orange. Dem's the only orange one I got. So he's getting special treatment, just getting his orange in there. And I don't think Dem's here right now, so I can say all of this, and he has no clue what's happening. No one tell him. Let's see, I can find it. Yeah, white with orange details. To do covers of pop songs. So actually, on the way back, because the last weekend when I wasn't here, so not this last weekend, the one before. On the way back, I found a song I would be pretty comfortable with singing and like doing a cover of. That said, I have no idea how to do a cover, so no clue how I'll do that. Also, I have neighbors and they'll have to hear me, so I feel really bad for them. Just in general, they're gonna have to suffer that. Oh man, sucks to be them. Let me see if I can find the song. It's not a pop song though. It's very much just a song that I kind of like, and that I would be comfortable trying to sing, and I don't think it would sound awful. Songs I Want to Dance with Somebody by Whitney Houston. Oh my god. Okay, it's Something to Remind You by Stained. Which, not really like my brand of band, but like that's a really good song. I say goodbye to this chapter of my changing life. That's the opening to it, I think. I also can't exactly get loud, but yeah, you might recognize it. It's iffy chances on that. But if you listen to it, you've probably heard it at least once. It's one of their more popular ones. What else have they put out? Where's the original Tay music? That'd be crazy. I've never practiced singing either, so like, that's a little, I don't know. You genuinely would probably be the only man I'd listen to sing. I mean, it would have to be something, you know, on the almost like I mean, kind of similar to how Stained sings. So I think that's the only thing that I've found that I can, like, that kind of singing that I can just do off rip without ever having to practice anything. I don't know if I'd really call it singing, but you know, it's rough. One day when it is not 11:30 at night, I will try to sing for you people. One day. It'll be awful. It'll be really bad. And I'll apologize profusely beforehand, but I'll try. I'll have to remember now to practice. Just a little bit. Found your version of the Smiths. Happy about that? What is the Smiths? If we're here, we just here for the vibes. I mean, yeah. I'm just saying, it might be awful. I'll have to try singing just into the mic to see how the levels are, because it might be really bad. Like, in terms of volume, I might have to adjust the mic. It'd be nice to know that before I make you listen to it. But at least it doesn't peak, you know, that would be a minimum. But maybe I'll sing to some friends first, see if they hate it. Sound good just talking. That's true. That is my appeal. That's my brand, even, I would say. But, you know, I'd like to try different things. I tried art once on stream. That was funny. That did not go very well. It could have been worse, but it didn't go very well. Smiths are like a band, and I like the vibe of them, but male lead singer and his voice I hate, so I found a woman who makes similar music. That's brutal. Let me give a quick 5-second listen to them real quick. Smiths. True. Klee's profile picture is something I drew for Klee. Yeah, I can't say I'm a fan of the Smiths from just listening to one song so far. I'd have to give them a better chance, but yeah. I mean, we can do another one of those. So the next event that I have planned right now is going to be the affiliate anniversary, and I'm going to treat it as like a streaming anniversary as well, you know, all in one. I think that'll be in October. Ugh. So that'll be a pretty big event, I'm hoping. Yeah, Nicole from Class 09. It came out okay. For someone who doesn't draw, period, I think it came out okay. Yeah, we could do something like that. Do another drawing stream. I could try to figure out karaoke. I don't know anyone. I don't think I know anyone. I might know someone. I gotta find someone who knows how to set up karaoke properly on Twitch, because there's like rules around it now and stuff, and I don't want to break any rules on the way to, you know, doing stuff as much as I can avoid it, because copy strikes are kind of a big deal. So as much as I can avoid them, I'd like to. Obviously, that sort of thing would also, I think, have to be Twitch only. I don't think YouTube would allow it at all, which is fine. I would just make sure it's super clear to everyone that I'll only be there. Trying to think. I think there was something I was talking about earlier today that I thought you guys might be interested in. The music reaction stream. I'm still on probation from YouTube for something else. You do have a lot of songs in there. I will do it eventually. I also just have to do a Twitch only stream for that. I have to check on how I'm going to do that. I think if I don't save the VOD at all and I do Twitch only, it should be okay. Should. Because I don't think they apply copyright strikes while you're live, and we will be reviewing it and reacting to it, so it's kind of in a gray area at least. And then if there's no VOD, then I mean, basically didn't happen. So, you know, maybe that's what we'll do. But for the karaoke, you can definitely do that. You can definitely stream that. I just have to figure out like how to do it and what software to use and things like that. Because I'd rather you guys not only have to listen to my subpar singing. Hopefully there would be, you know, all the acoustics and stuff to go with it so that it's, you know, kind of nice. Right, what was I? There was something I was talking about today. Right. Essentially just, I kind of feel like I'm not out of place, but stick out among the VTubers that I know of. Thing is, I mostly only, you know, hang around with ones that are, you know, sub 20 viewers for the most part. So I don't know if it's just, you know, maybe it's just the size, maybe it's just the people I happen to be around. CCC still dead in the closet. Yeah, it's never getting out. Unless they sponsor me. It's not a bad game, so I wouldn't mind. But otherwise, yeah, it's staying in there. It's locked up. The skeletons are in there with it, of many other games. Right. So I was saying, you just stick out with all the other VTubers because you're the most interesting. That's not quite what I meant, but thank you. No, mainly for this type of content that I really prefer. Obviously, I enjoy sitting here talking with you guys. I do it every night, basically, that I stream. If it's just me and you guys, we always end up just talking for at least parts of the stream. Wow, that is really dramatic music, and this is not dramatic. Anyway, sorry, I just had to move to the next song. But what I feel like I stick out for specifically is all of that conversation, the length of it, the level of detail I go into. And people have been reminding me of that quite regularly lately. So it's made me reconsider, let's say, what I'm putting forward as, you know, the focus. Because I know there have been times where I could have gone off on a topic, but we were playing a game and I didn't want to pause it or wait. But I probably should have, since this is like what I do, right? Anyone can play a game. I'm not that good at them. I'm not bad at them, but I'm not that good at them. And, you know, I will get around to it, but not everyone can, you know, talk the way that I do. Not everyone can talk at length or, you know, ramble on about a topic for way too long in a way that interests at least some people. So I find that interesting. And all you need is a persona. Taste content makes me think about things, and other content to me is just to entertain you and not make you think as much. That's kind of what I mean, though. I mean, there is stuff like that. You know, podcasts. There are specific creators. Sorry, there was a whistle there when I spoke. That was not intentional. I'm sorry. There are specific content creators. That's their whole thing, is trying to make you think. But usually they're like edutainment or it's some kind of topic based podcast where they have to like hone in on things. They have tons of guests on, and I mean, that's interesting, don't get me wrong, if you're really interested in the topic. But I don't really have that. I don't have a specific topic. I mean, we centralize around games here because I love games and I talk about games, especially when I'm playing them. What I do and don't like about their design and that sort of thing. I'm critiquing everything that I think and do and say, as much as I criticize everything around me, whether I say it or not. Like, oh, I could criticize the hell out of most of my friends. I don't, because that would offend them. And I don't want them to be offended. I don't want them to feel criticized, because I still think they're doing a good job. I tell them what I think they actually need to hear. A lot of people are very aware of the things that you could criticize them for. So you don't have to. Just don't. There's no point to that. That would just be upsetting. But media, games, stuff like that, I will very much critique it. Arguments, things, anything at all. I'm happy to critique it if I think I can. I know Say likes to make jokes with me about this, but like I'm the actual embodiment of, I just like to ask questions. I just like to question things and be like, well, why couldn't this be better? And it's not coming from a place of hate or anger or frustration. Usually, sometimes in games it is a little bit of frustration, maybe a lot on rare occasion. But for the most part, it's seeking to understand and wanting to learn. Which I don't think a lot of people who ask questions and criticize are actually trying to get at. Which unfortunately makes that, like, I can't make that a brand, right? Because that turns into people expecting me to criticize things the way they want me to. So instead I make it conversation. I make it, we just discuss the topic, and I kind of let you guys, you can see my opinion in there somewhere, but I'll just tell you things that I believe are true without too much, heavy-handed misinformation or disinformation, especially intentionally. I have my opinion. How to put it? I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you what I think. This is me, but on literature. No, and I think everyone has a topic like this. It's just whether or not they feel like anyone wants to hear it. Well, let me not sugarcoat it for some people. Some people do not have a topic like that, and that's fine. I just feel like it's important to be correct when you say things like that, because sorry, this is a tangent, but I do not appreciate it when people lie to others about what they can and cannot do in life. Because yes, it might be nice to tell a child that maybe they can be an astronaut, or yeah, they can totally do that. But they probably can't. Very low odds. It's nice to encourage them to try, but it is also worth reminding them that, like, there's so many other options, and, like, and I don't like to lie to people, because then they try to do things that, if no one had lied to them, or if people were at least a little more apprehensive about suggesting something as an option, right? They're like, well, maybe you could, as opposed to, oh, I'm so sure you could, honey. There's a difference there. And being realistic with people, being pragmatic, is good for them, largely. Being afraid to hurt someone with the truth when it could change their life trajectory is not always good. Actually, it's almost always bad for them. Encouraging them to aim a little higher is good, but for an example, someone told her she was hot, fly, and sexy, and she is nothing of the sort. Well, that's true too. You hype someone up into something that they're definitely not, then that's going to hurt them. If you hype someone up to be something you think they could really be, that's what you should be doing. That's what you should be aiming for. If you're going to do it right. That's kind of my approach to most things. You try to do everything right. You get it wrong a lot, but that's okay. You keep trying. But there's got to be some realism in there. You know, hearing someone say, this one really gets me in VTubing. Someone will complain that, you know, like they just can't take off. They can't hold viewers. And you hear their voice. And I'm going to be so real with you. Some of these people who are struggling to have an audience, their voice is painful to listen to. I don't know how else to say it. That's just the truth. It's not even just my preference. I have preferences. Like, I don't really like voice changers. I can kind of put up with them depending on how intense they are, depending on the quality and things like that. But I don't like them. That doesn't mean it's bad. There's definitely an audience for that. What there isn't an audience for is someone who you have severe trouble understanding and their voice is grating. There are very few people who would watch that. Very few. So realistically, when someone comments to them saying, no, your voice is lovely, don't give up, they're lying. Or they don't even know what this person sounds like. They didn't take the time. And now they're lying through their teeth, encouraging someone to think that it must be something else. When what they could be doing, right, is they could be making something, working on something, building skills that would actually help them in some way. Maybe they can do something about that. You know, maybe they can do something about their voice. They might have options, man. Like, there are it could be so much better for them. They could be spending their time on something that has a shot. Like, they could do something. Don't hold them down when they have potential somewhere else. I'm sure they do. Someone in that situation still has the audacity to even think it might work. They have the willpower to push through that. They have something in them. They can go somewhere. It may not be here, but they can do something. Encourage them to go do that something. Find it. And people would say, you know, I can't say this on Twitter because I have, you know, a character limit, or if you type too much, nobody listens anyway, and they'll just summarize what you said in the worst possible way. But what I would like to tell them is stop lying to this person. You know, tell them straight up, go do something else, man. Like, don't waste your time here. Like, in the most loving way possible. I want you to do something that you're happy that you did. It's no deeper than that. I don't get why that's so, why that would be so controversial, but I know that it would be because a good chunk of the VTubing space is like really toxic with the positivity. Like, you can't say something negative like that, you know, out in the open in social media. You know, you could clip this and I'd get shit for it. I mean, I'd stand by it, but still, that's just the truth of it. You know, I'd get crap for what I just said. Oh well. I fucking hate the VTuber voice, like the really high-pitched women, and I hate saying that because I hate stereotyping people, but there's so many VTubers with the same voice, says Glee. Yeah. Just yeah. I think Eris would know more about this, because Eris watches a lot more of the bigger VTubers, but there is a trend of trying to copy big VTubers' voices. Like, to appeal to the audience. And I mean, it works. I'm not gonna lie to you. It works. Yeah. People don't have the skin to handle criticism like that. The thing is, right? The person they're screwing over has the skin. I guarantee you. They wouldn't be there if they didn't. It's the person who would be getting called out by my being like, you're full of shit. They're the ones who can't handle it. That's the most frustrating part to me. If it was the person that they're talking to, the person that needs to hear it, that couldn't handle it, that would just be like, be screwed up by it, you know? Okay, fair, fine. I get it, you don't want to hurt them. But I don't think you'd hurt them telling them, yeah, man, you know, I think you're right. I think what you think is your problem. It is. And, you know, but hey, you know, I looked at your content, like, man, you got something going here. You have some skills over here. Maybe they're a good editor, right? Awesome. Double down on that. You have options. You don't just have to be a VTuber or nothing. Like, it's not a dichotomy. It's not yes or no. You have so many options. And you know, and on the other end, it's like, if you've been here for years, you have a lot of opinions like that, but I keep them to myself. People need to say these things more. I'm not saying you have to. Don't take it the wrong way. But I wish people would more often just be like, nah, man, just say the truth. Just be honest with someone about how you feel or think. I would love to get more feedback. I get like no feedback from anyone except for my closer friends in VTubing. They're the only ones who really tell me anything. And even they, I think, are a little hesitant. I don't know that they have strong opinions. I'm a very critical person. I assume most people aren't. Yeah, be a bitch. The thing is, you don't have to be a bitch. Be genuinely kind. It is not kind to encourage someone to go waste their time. It is not kind to lie to someone. Yeah, be real, man. Like it's that simple. Be real. Thank you, Amy. That's all it is. The fakeness of just all of social media in general is abysmal. But VTubing especially is just full of people bullshitting each other. And I don't hate the trends, you know, the funny little, you know, make a joke about your VTuber. You know, the tits between the book or whatever, or covered by the book, and all those things. That's fine, man. Like, do whatever. You know, that's all engagement bait if you want to get technical. But like, it's something to engage with that is kind of fun and goofy and lighthearted, right? That's all fine. But all the like fake positivity, it burns every time I see it, because I know they're full of shit. I know they don't really mean it, and that frustrates me, because I don't like being lied to. I think most people feel that way, but I haven't been on social media until about a year ago. I think that's really worth mentioning. I've only interacted directly with people. I've interacted with a lot of people in my life. I've had to know a lot of them, more than I would like, and I've people watched quite a lot. No one acts like that. Now, you could convince me that there are a few exceptions. There might be some really genuinely super kind people who really want to hear what, you know, their hundreds of people are going to comment to them and will respond to all of them like they said they would. I have seen that a few times. Partly out of obligation, I imagine. Yeah, you say you're going to do it, you should do it. But also, you know, that does take a certain level of effort. But a lot of it is just like, you don't mean that. There's nothing here. The ones that I really hate are they're like, oh, I need people to collab with. I need friends. From someone who is like quite large already. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. What are you talking about? You have 5,000 followers on Twitter. What do you mean? You need more friends. Go pick some. I'm sure there are some people who would love to be your friend that are in your following list. Go find them. You do not need to make that post, Tony. That was unnecessary. You know it. I know it. Like, can we just cut that out? Thanks. But at the same time, I can't blame them for doing it. It's a frustrating situation to be in, because I'm not saying they shouldn't. It's just frustrating that they do. And they all do it because that makes it the norm, and that means it's the thing you have to do. So it's like they all see it as like, well, that's part of the deal, you know, it's part of the show, it's part of the entertainment, it's part of the package. I like my circle small. I mean, yeah. And it does help having a smaller circle with encouraging people to be real with you. But even that, you'll get fake people. They're just easier to weed out. I do fake negativity where I'll be negative even if I don't mean it. Same. I think it also can really show where people hang out in. Like there are some places that are really fake nice and some that are more honest. Yeah. I mean, I grew up in my household, right? Just my family. We're brutally honest with each other. We're kind of assholes. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'll be a dick to someone if it means that that's how I tell them the truth. It's miserable when I find someone always agreeing with me. Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the point? I circle. Oh my God, Clay. I've had times on stream where I lashed out at people, because they were doing something I didn't like, and I wasn't gonna just bottle it up and never say anything. It hit a point where I was like, nah, I'm not putting up with it. So I just say something. And usually it just resolves the problem. God, it's almost like you can talk to people. That's crazy, isn't it? Like, who could imagine? Does it look great on stream? Probably not. But you know, if you actually stick around past that moment where there's a little bit of a, you know, frustration back and forth for a second, you see, oh, okay, it's over now, and they stopped doing the thing, or, you know, they figured it out. Oh, okay, cool. That's it. It's over. Wow, adults. Who could imagine? I think being on Stan Twitter for so long really has taught me to not be scared to say what I think, even if I will get tons of death threats. None of them mean it. That's the internet's such a weird place, man. It's people will say so many crazy things on here that they don't mean. Never meant, never will mean. It's like actually just meaningless. And it's just, I remember growing up, only I'm my close friend who can have an actual discussion without taking it too personal. Yeah, I'm not scared to say crazy shit back. Yeah, no, I mean, so when I growing up on the internet, because I was like, you know how they say terminally online? Like, that's me, but my whole life, right? Like, I've been here since I was like 5. Spent most of my life sitting in a computer chair. Probably the majority of it. Yes, the majority of it. Quick math tells me yes. Well, no, I do have to like work and go to school. Maybe not the majority. A lot of it though. Sitting in front of a computer, usually talking to people. But not always. Playing games though. You know, working on stuff, whatever. It's also like my job. I work on computers, so you know, that adds to it. But I remember it used to be, this was a long time ago, you just kind of accepted that like half the people you interact with are going to be utterly abysmal, awful people, the worst. And that was just like, yeah, whatever, man. You just get used to it. Maybe that's not a good thing, but you get used to it because you don't get to curate who you end up like running into in a game lobby, right? There wasn't massive echo chambers you could just join. You couldn't just join a Discord and meet thousands of people just like you. There are forums, but you know, they're forums. Who's really on there? I'm chronically online, and the worst insult I've never gotten is someone told me I assumed you were not a chronically online person. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I can go outside and touch grass. I just choose not to. Like, I really like shooting guns. That is really fun. I would love to get into competition. God, I want to do that so badly. It's so expensive. It hurts. It hurts my soul knowing how much it would cost me in money. It's so bad. Bullets are like 50 cents a pop. That's a lot of money just to train. Not to mention to like show up to a competition and like bring everything, and I need to be richer for that. I need to be rich in the first place. Let me make that clear. I need to have money. That's something I would do. Airsoft, I'd like to do that too. Heck, I'd prefer airsoft over competition shooting. It's just places for that, or you have to be in like an urban center to find anything worth going to. But yeah, mostly online. And the culture was really fucking toxic, and it was just like normal. And you were expected, like, okay, if you're gonna be here, you're gonna be online, you just get used to that shit, and you don't let it bother you, and you ignore it. That's just, let those idiots do their thing. So you kind of have to build that thick skin, because you cannot avoid those people, whereas now, very easy to avoid people. I wasn't allowed to be on the internet, but that didn't stop me from being online. Hell yeah. Hey, kids always find a way. If they want to be, they'll do it. It's so funny, my wife is chronically offline, so I have to explain niche references to her, and I mean, she will listen, but I don't think she gives a fuck. Yeah. Probably not. That's okay. The fact that they listen shows that they care. Yeah, like my entire family is mostly offline. My sister's gotten into it a little bit. I hear she's doing well on TikTok now. It's very funny to me. Because she's been all sorts of people throughout her life now. It's wild. There has always been a mean place, but the meanness is in different forms. Yeah, the thing is, people come into it. This is kind of what I mean. What I was trying to get at anyway. People would come in, having played video games on their Xbox for a little bit, or, used a laptop to play Undertale, whatever. Nothing crazy. They haven't been here a long time. They make their Twitter account, they become a VTuber. Like maybe they just only really watched VTubers. They weren't chronically online in any sense. They weren't gaming, they weren't on social media, they weren't doing anything. Then they get into something that puts them in the spotlight. And that's just so crazy to me. That's got to be such a shock. Because the shit you get, like if you have any success on the internet, you will immediately begin receiving some of the most heinous shit in your DMs. I'm surprised I haven't received anything weird yet. I think people know that I would just make fun of them, though. I feel like I just have that vibe about me, that people are just like, they're just like, oh no, that's not gonna pan out. They'll just ban me and make fun of me, and then I'm the laughing stock, and this isn't fun. Like when you used to be in an argument with someone online, it would take a while before the keep yourself safe type stuff came, but now there's no foreplay, it's just instantly there. Oh yeah, no, they just jump to it. Things get more extreme every year. It's weird. Schedule go viral? Just tell them to go to my account. I will state, if it's controversial, that I had nothing to do with what you said, but, check it out. Just throwing that out there, if it ever does occur. I'm kidding, I don't want those people. Yeah, I don't know. Things have just changed, which is fine. Things change. It's just interesting to watch how it goes, and it just seems like the barrier to entry being lower and lower consistently for like all the technology and the setup and all those things has set it up to where, like, I'm gonna call them normies because like that's the word I know it for, to where normies can come in and just like pop in and be like, wow, this is like so fucked up, man, and you're just like, you new around here? Like, it's duh. You're just like, this is nothing. This is, they haven't even started sending you the videos yet. Yeah, first time. And by videos, I mean videos that shouldn't find on the internet, but they exist, and they're very awful. Not quite illegal, but no one hosts them anymore. They used to be hosted on one website that I don't think is up anymore. Again, technically legal, but very questionable. Violence. I'll summarize it with that. You probably get what I mean by that. And it's not too graphic a description for the people who don't and don't want to know. You don't want to know, trust me. Yeah. Once you start getting those in your DMs and, like, you know, really fucked up stuff, that's when you know you're doing well on the internet. That's fucked up. But yeah, no, that's just normal. That's just what you expect. It happens. Usually it happens the more you complain about it too, which I think was the most interesting thing about the, like, the more normie VTubers, seeing them post about how upset they are that someone sent them something weird. It would usually be something honestly kind of mild, again, for the internet. And my reaction was always just like, and okay. Never show you're bothered. You're asking for it. I mean, like, literally, you are requesting it. I'm not saying like you deserve it. I'm just saying you're literally requesting it from them. That's how they interpret that. Like, that is how they that's how a troll interprets you showing that you're upset or bothered by something. It is literally how they get invited in. Like, you can't do that. They're just rage baiting. Like, I had one guy, you might have missed this one, Amy. This is a funny one. We were doing a reaction stream. Ended up getting, I got a community violation on YouTube for that one. That was funny. I appealed it, and they got back to me within under 1 second and answered me that no, it would not be appealed. I don't think they looked at my appeal. Anyway, I was just taking, you know, whatever chat wanted me to watch. And one guy popped in, hung around for like 10-15 minutes, and then he sent a link in chat. So I was like, okay, let me see what this link is. So, you know, I try to screen them as a general rule. I screen everything. So I pull it up, I put it on the other browser. I have several going, and, you know, quickly scrub through it. First couple seconds, I think, were Rick Astley. Was that the one because of me? No, you're fine, Clee. That was long ago. That was ages. We just deleted that VOD. It wasn't a big deal. This didn't affect the stream. It happened during the stream. So I scrubbed through it, and first couple seconds, you know, never gonna give you up, whatever. Keep going. Oh, that is bestiality. You have submitted bestiality, sir. That is what they submitted. I wasn't even bothered. I was just mildly disappointed, and I banned him. And that was it. That was the end of the night. Like, and at the very end of the night, I came back to it and I said, hey, yeah, you guys want to know what someone else submitted? I did ban them for it. I think that's what I did. I don't know. At some point, I mentioned that, hey, you want to know what some silly goose submitted? Yeah, that. Don't do that. Anyway, moving on. Because it's just not a big deal. You screen these things for that exact reason, because that's going to happen, inevitably. even to someone of my size, and you just like deal with it. It's whatever. If you're not ready to be scarred horrifically by things you're going to see, you really can't be public on the internet. You can hardly be on the internet, but you definitely can't be public. Like you can't be a public figure and have an internet presence with open DMs or a way to contact you. Let's toot my own horn, but I like to think on the first viewer react stream I reminded Tay to screen vids. That would have not been caught in my screening. Not in that kind of screening anyway. Because literally all I did was I scrubbed through to see like the preview. And it was just really obvious what that was, so I was like, definitely not. But the other step of my screening is, if it looks okay, I check who it is. If it does not look like a legitimate channel, I also won't watch those. With those two rules, I can stay very safe. At least from stuff that would get me deleted off the internet. Clearly, I can still get a community guideline strike, but those go away after a while. I think it's like 90 days, so that should be over soon. I think it was because I showed a little bit of a live event, because I think Iron mentioned it, and I just like decided to pull it up. It was kind of stupid of me in hindsight, but whatever. The weird candy videos, those are good. Yeah, I don't remember what they're called, but yes, those are good. Like otherworldly candies or like horror-ish. The dude in those videos is cute. Yeah, he is a handsome fellow, I will admit. He's a good-looking guy. Yeah, no, it's crazy stuff. People will do anything for attention. And this is like, you're handsomer. Are you, Amy? Maybe. I'd believe it. But yeah, especially people who don't get enough attention otherwise, and that's a lot of people. So, you just can't let it bother you. Again, another thing you just can't tell people. Like, I cannot comment to those people saying that. They'll take offense to it. They'll think that I'm, like, trying to tell them how to behave. I mean, I am. But I'm right. So, you know, they don't like the idea that they were handling something wrong. So I just, you know, I let it go. I'm not, listen, and listen, I'm not in charge of them. I am not responsible for them. I'm not responsible for what happens to them when they do something dumb. Like, give them the attention that they wanted. They're gonna find out. It's in part their responsibility to know what they're getting into. You know, if a friend were to ask me, or if a friend were to do it, that would be different. I would obviously reach out to them. But, you know, someone I've never talked to, it's not my place. But it is really, really surprising every time it happens. It just, every time, it's just, wow, really? Again? And some things, I don't believe they're real. I saw a post today. It was some guy who, he is the definition of a thirst trap VTuber male. And he was talking about how some guys don't like to, you know, send their community anywhere else because they don't want to, you know, lose their harem. And I'm just like, where are you? Like, I still don't know what community they are in that is majority women watching them, where this is like unexpected behavior. Because I can think of a few, namely the thirst trap ASMR type stuff that's all, you know, focused on appealing to women. Okay, yeah. But why would you be surprised? What kind of guys do you really think are getting into that? Are gonna do that content? They want women to give them attention, so why would they hand those women off to someone else who also wants that? That, like, obviously that goes against their interests. I mean, they're really honestly kind of weird interests, but like that obviously, like the, have you not met these people? It's really easy to tell what someone's motivations are with content based on what the content they make. I mean, there's usually some options, but like you can narrow it down pretty quickly. Women who do girlfriend experience, they either really, really like male attention. You could get that other ways though, or they really, really like money. Usually it's because they really like money. And you know, okay, fine. You know, if people pay for it, they want it, they're willing to pay for it, cool. But that's their motivation. You should not be surprised when they take actions that get them more money. You know, you can of course have expectations for ethics and morals, but largely, you know, when they take a weird what do you call it, sponsor or something, they want to make more money. Like, simple. One of the best things about having a preacher as a parent is preachers can clock someone, and I think I've learned well. It's just not that hard. If you people watch even a little bit, if you just watch what people do and then think about the outcomes later, you know, years down the line, what happened to them? What did they do? What came out about them? There are trends. There are definitely trends. Just how it is. They're not always right. You don't want to assume that they're right. You don't want to assume that your gut is right. But if that's all you have to go off of and you have to make a decision of who to associate with, you know, who to reach out to, go with your gut usually. And it works out pretty well. I have run into a handful of streamers out there, you know, through raids or just on Twitter or whatever. And I can tell immediately by my gut, like I go check out a few things that they've done. Gut feeling, I know they're not an awful person. They just couldn't be. I don't know why, I have that feeling. And if they are, they're really good at hiding it. So I feel comfortable with getting to know them. Others, I look at what they've done, I'm not impressed. And that's it. Move on. I don't assume they're like the devil or something. I'm not impressed by them. They're not. They look like they have like a very simple motive that isn't, that they're not very good at pursuing or something like that. No particular talents. Yeah, okay, move on. Just, you know, I like to surround myself with interesting people, I guess. Interesting people who seem like good people. Which is a lot of people, but not everyone. The good people part is the harder one to get, usually. At least in public spaces. In professional spaces, it's actually a fair bit easier. At least in certain professions. Other professions, not so much. But yeah. Anyway, back to the topic. Yeah, men with small penises. Real. But it was just like, but I looked at the guy who was complaining about this, and I'm just like, I get the feeling, and again, could be wrong. Very much could be wrong. Don't know this guy. Don't watch his content. But from scrolling everything that he's posted on X, I get the feeling that he might be projecting. Could be, possibly. And if not that, I get the feeling that he knows that he's in that niche where where guys like that tend to go, try to make content and grow a following, and just can't accept that's like the reality. It's one of the two. In either case, it's like, okay, and dude, like, yeah, whatever, man. You know, it's like, I just didn't feel bad for him after I looked at that. It's like, and This is your niche, dude. Like, of course that happened. I get really frustrated every time I look at something that someone complains about and the answer is, well, duh, of course that happened. Because it just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. You can't keep getting away with it. It's really not hard to recognize a pattern. It's really not. And I'm not saying you're not allowed to be frustrated by something like that. You know? Like, he's totally valid. Assuming he's a good person, I'm just gonna assume that. I'm skeptical of it, but I'm going to assume it. You have to accept the things that simply are. Allowed to vent about it. Again, not saying he has to change anything necessarily about what he's doing, but it's just like, I don't know. When something's kind of obvious, I feel like if you don't want someone like me to have the reaction of, well, no shit, Sherlock, you kind of have to throw in there somewhere, like, I kind of expected this, but it's disappointing, or something like that. To just acknowledge that you know that this was pretty likely, or that like you've known about this and it's nothing new, because can't be. No, of course not. Same with like complaining about getting the weird messages after you post tons of NSFW content. I mean, yeah, you didn't want that. You didn't solicit that sort of weird shit from someone, probably a guy, if I'm being real. But at the same time, just acknowledge that you knew this was going to happen. Yeah, obviously it's going to happen. If you want to complain about it still, that's fine. I get it. You want to vent, but just please acknowledge, so that the rest of us don't have a conniption thinking you're stupid. That you knew this was possible, that you know it might happen, like you were aware of your risks and you took them anyway. Because the way those always read to me, because this is what, if I was to post something like that, it would be when I didn't think it was obvious, right? When I wasn't prepared for that outcome, when I wasn't expecting it.
Is it recording?
Yes.
So my assumption is, if you make that post that same way with the same tone and like acting like you're all surprised, my assumption is that you really didn't expect that. You had no clue that was going to happen. Well, now I just think you're kind of stupid. Or wildly ignorant. I don't know which, but both are concerning. But if you started off with something like, I knew this was a risk, but... Okay, acknowledge that you knew. Because I feel like that also takes away from the, like, pity party essence of it. You don't have rights to complain. Listen, you're allowed to complain. You just have to acknowledge that you knew what you were getting into, and then you may complain. That's all. That's all I'm asking. Acknowledge that you knew, because otherwise I'm going to assume you're an idiot. And people will say, well, why would you assume that they're stupid? Well, because a lot of people are. And I don't mean the majority, but there's a surprising number who are really dumb. And to put it quite bluntly, if you're that dumb, I probably don't want to be too closely associated with you, because you are very likely to do something dumb. Just like, that's a liability. You're a liability then. If you're that dumb, you're a liability.
Stop.
Because that is a very low bar that you fell below. You couldn't clear that? It's a red flag, basically. When I see it enough times, when I see enough red flags like that, I will basically say, I'm never associating with them. I won't force it if someone I know is like, no, they're cool. Okay, sure. But like, I won't go out of my way. Even if they offer, publicly. I want people to be fucking for real. For real. Yeah, these are all just my feelings on the topic. I'm very flexible on these sorts of things. I try to be empathetic and compassionate. Yeah, when it does happen and someone's upset, I'm not gonna give them the spiel. That'd be kind of fucking rude. But it is how I feel about it on a pragmatic, straightforward, neutral level. But yeah, so that's normalize changing your mind. That too. I love changing my mind. I do it all the time. I flip-flop on some things. Like, oh god, what's another thing? There's a topic I want to talk about at some point. I'm not ready for it yet. I have to think on it more, but it was... I tried to get into it another time, and it just didn't make any sense, what I was saying. And at some point, I just gave up. I'm like, I'm not making good sense. But it is the way that our culture has changed in approaching identity. I think me and you talked about it once, Clee, but it wasn't as deep in the weeds of it. Where essentially, I as much as I love the idea of letting everyone just like do whatever they want with their identity, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that. If anything, I'm saying we should normalize that to a degree where it's not special. I don't like how much attention we give it, because I feel like it colors how people approach it, and then they end up not being genuine to themselves, and they don't end up happy. Like they end up more miserable because the cultural discussion, the zeitgeist around it, colored how they looked at themselves. And I don't want that outcome. I don't want people to not be their truest self. This topic is really interesting because there's an artist right now doing what you're talking about. What do you mean exactly? I'm very curious. Like, but I want people to have that freedom in full. I know that like all the movements and stuff are, you know, about rights and all those things. But then at the same time, it's like the, how do I put this? I feel like it's just a little bit too fiery. It's a little too intense. It's such a hot topic. It's such a focused topic that it's not like something burning in the background slowly. That slowly gets progress as things change, you know, for the better, carefully over time, as government usually does. You know, that's like the normal process for most things. You know, gently pushing along, as opposed to like the breakneck approach that has been pushed since like the 90s on a lot of these things. And I think for part of it, it did kind of work. Things that were a little more, that were easier for our culture, like Western culture, largely. Obviously, I can't talk to other cultures. But largely Western culture was willing to accept things like, you know, just being gay or lesbian. That was a little more palatable. You could get progress faster. You get it a little more forcibly, let's say. You know, kind of like pushing that topic on people. And then basically just saying, yeah, this exists, get over it. Where I think that worked up to a point, and we expected it to keep working. And while it has helped in like the academic sense of encouraging research and things like that, I do think it has politically backfired. You know, the hyper focus on it means that, okay, well, now it's part of the left versus right thing. You know, it can't be bipartisan anymore. You can't do that because now it's a party line issue. Great. We've turned people's identities into a party line topic. Like, very frustrating. It's in the article, but there's an artist who is using gender to kind of promote her recent work, but when she talks about gender, it's really shallow. I don't want to gatekeep how people can feel, but she's making a big deal out of exploring her gender just to say, I'm still a straight cis woman. And I hate when people make a big deal out of simply just exploring gender, because therefore you feed into gender being a stigmatized thing by not just simply saying, I'm exploring my gender. Yes, exactly. Yeah, queer baiting. I mean, that's probably an outdated term now. I don't know. There might be something better. But regardless, the idea of using it as anything more than it is, because identity is very simple, you know, largely speaking. It's just, how do you see yourself? And that's all that matters. Everything else to it, all the politics, all the bullshit, is at the end of the day secondary to just letting people live. You know, I don't think that's very complicated, and I don't think it should be. I don't think we should cheer nor boo when someone decides that they're anything at all. That shouldn't have to be something that we say, oh, you're so brave. I mean, maybe they are brave depending on the circumstances, don't get me wrong. But what I mean is that would be the ideal society, where someone can just say, oh, well, you know, I'm trans, and everyone would just go, oh, okay. So how would you like to be referred to? Okay, cool, thanks. Anyway, what would you like for dinner? And like, you just move on with your life. Like, it's not a big fucking deal. Like, it doesn't have to be. It really doesn't have, like, it's just, in the nicest way possible, it doesn't fucking matter to almost anyone, except for a very small number of people who are very close to you, and you can figure it out with them. Like, ideally, government would have nothing to do with it, and would have no involvement. And I mean, largely it doesn't. Like, you can decide to be whatever you want. No one can stop you. Society, you know, turning this into a hot topic rather than just a topic. You know what I'm getting at there. Yes, like, what do I do with that information? I'm sorry. That's my perspective. I don't know. Maybe I have a very weird perspective on it, because like, I plainly don't care either way. Like, I just don't care what you are. All I care is that you're you, and I'm happy that you're you, and that you're happy. Like, that's it. That's where the rest is kind of irrelevant. It just doesn't matter to me. It's not important. Doesn't need to be. You know, what you were born as doesn't matter to me. Unless we're dating, I do not care. It is irrelevant. Utterly irrelevant. Makes no difference. Well, that, or if I'm your doctor. If you're a doctor, then I guess it does matter. You know, there's a lot of physiological differences depending on all that stuff. But again, that's just, you know, facts of the matter type stuff. Beyond that, irrelevant. And that's what I want. And I do think part of getting there is just toning it down just a little bit. You know, maybe making it less politicized. It is still political, don't get me wrong. But if you back off just a little bit and shift the topics, right? Because I'm not saying you give up on the fight there of you know, equal rights and everything, but you shift the topic to not be so narrow. And you can very quickly make someone who isn't for equal rights for everyone look like a total jackass. I think it's different making it a big deal when you have been marginalized versus being in an accepting environment. That too. But even when marginalized, there is an optics thing. So when you make it about equal rights for everyone and everyone, or sorry, I'm tired, just everyone. I don't know where I was going with that. It becomes very easy to just say, well, of course they're included. Like that's so easy, right? You just say, well, of course. They're people, of course they're included. And then anyone who says otherwise immediately looks like a massive jackass. Oh, well, no, that's not how that works. And they just, duh. Obviously that's not equal. Idiot. Like, it's just, you make them look like a buffoon. But if you let them narrow it down to those specific groups they don't like, if you let them narrow it down to that very specific political thing that makes people just a little bit uncomfortable, now you're losing. Now they're in control of the conversation. Now they get to make it look like it's something that shouldn't be. This is similar to my conversation on what was it? The femboy. Similar to that. We have to stop letting people who hate things, just in general, who hate others, control the conversation. Because narrowing it down like that is intentional on their part. Because they're fine with a lot of the other stuff. They're kind of okay to just let that stuff go. But they just can't let go of that one thing. Or a handful of things, really. It's a handful. But they can't let go of those things. But if you broadened it out, brought the conversation back to where it should be, which is everyone's equal, period, I think you would get a lot further there. I think that would also be a lot more popular with the broader populace, like your voter bases and stuff. But for some reason, the conversation has been very specific. Right? People like specifics, don't get me wrong. But on certain topics, you don't need to be specific because, again, it doesn't matter. It's another case of it just doesn't, the specifics don't matter. The point is, it's everybody. All inclusive. Done. I just don't see the benefit to being any more specific. And I think that's been weaponized to politicize an entire group of people, groups rather, beyond even what they were 10 years ago, and turn it into, a big culture war topic, which tokenizes people, which is fucked up, and then really just doesn't get anywhere, unfortunately. Because once you get specific enough, it's easier and easier to convince other people to hate a group. That is a pretty common tactic for, despotic regimes and such, horrible people. Where if you get specific enough and you say, oh, well, that one, don't like that one. Why? Oh, well, come up with a reason. What's a fucked up one I know of? They wear glasses. They wear glasses. Gotta get rid of them. Just gotta get rid of them. Gotta get rid of all the ones that wear glasses. I'm not joking. That has happened. Yeah. You let them get specific enough and it works. But if you keep it to everyone, obviously, this thing that I'm I guess preaching in a certain way would not have fixed that problem. I just want to make that clear. But in our example, a little more down to earth, we're talking about how far someone's rights go and autonomy and things like that. I think we can shift that conversation. I think that would actually work to broaden the scope and bring people back to reality on like what we're actually talking about. Because that's what the fight's about, as far as I'm aware. The entire fight for LGBTQIA plus everything is equal rights for everyone, equal treatment, equal rights. Why not? I assume everyone has the same level of knowledge and skill, so I don't find the controversy interesting. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, though, I think. Assuming that everyone knows, like in politics, they all know. They all know what they're doing right now. You know, basically intentionally fucking it up and letting it be a political talking point instead of something that, you know, gets resolved someday. Ain't that fucked up? Because if you assume they're not stupid, you know, that would be probably a pretty safe assumption. Then maybe they're aware of this. They might not be. They could be, you know, blissfully unaware, blinded by dollar signs. But, you know, they could also be aware. And that would just mean, oh, they just don't care. Probably on either side. One side kind of, that's their brand, is not caring. But, you know, you get the idea of, yeah, they don't give a shit, clearly. Because we have been, that or one other option, they're not actually paying attention, and they're just trusting the broader public, so influencers and the sort, to guide us on that. And to be very blunt, influencers are stupid. I say that in the nicest way I possibly can. Very few of them are particularly learned in how to actually convince a broad population. They know how to capture a demographic, they know how to get attention, but they don't know how to actually change minds, turn hearts, that sort of thing, which is something that I don't see anyone doing. I find that extraordinarily frustrating, because if you're not trying to convince the people that disagree with you, and I mean really convince them, talk to them, hear them out, and then, you know, not come immediately hostile, you know, just kind of slowly working on it, which is the only way to convince people. If you're not doing that, then you're not helping, to be quite blunt. And with how much money is spent on politics each year, you think they could find some time, some people to spare, to make some effort on that. The Democrats, mainly in the U.S. You think they could spend something on that, try to make things better, but that doesn't seem to happen. You know, it's little interesting things there, questions to ask of, you know, I wonder why that is weird. I find the answer is usually laziness and ignorance, which is probably what that is. They're just deferring to whatever the current talking points are in the broader, you know, in the broader public. And yeah. Anyway, that was quite the rant. What else is there? Yeah, I think the right place to start with that, though, is like with people, and I think that is how people have largely behaved. Everyone that I've met just doesn't treat it like a big deal. Like it's not. It's like it's whatever. And that seems to be like the truth of it. Yeah, that's how the people I've met who are of any kind of non-standard identity behave. You know, they don't want attention. They don't want your sympathy or whatever bullshit. They just want to be left alone. Largely, like they just want to be able to do their thing, you know, live their life, and be not bothered by bullshit. Just definitely like it's all just very compounding frustrations of just like how are we continuing down the path of overly politicizing people who largely don't want to be that way but kind of have to, right? And it just makes their life even worse. I don't know. I think the thing that I'm so hung up on is I just don't understand why. It just seems so unkind. Yeah, most people just want to be left alone. I mean, that's largely what I want, you know? If the government could just leave me alone, that'd be great. It'd be awesome. You know, never get in the way of my life. Only do things that are largely in my benefit. That'd be cool. It's more or less what I want. Yeah, no, it's just... And, you know, I've watched from the sidelines for a really long time. Not really saying much, just watching. Reading things, hearing what people think. And I do think there's definitely, like, there's easy wins to be made on a lot of these topics if you package it correctly and just do it the right way. And yeah, religion doesn't help in some cases. That's definitely true. But again, you package something right. Again, equal rights for everyone. That's so easy. You get that to basically be like the norm, right? Maybe it would be an amendment or something. You could probably pass something like that. That doesn't sound complicated. Yeah, I think the only carve out you'd have to make is for non-citizens, because it'd be a little difficult to give everyone in the world equal rights. That one doesn't really work, but you get the idea. You know, anyone in America is treated the same, which we sort of have, but not. It's not quite. That would go a long way. You know, the broad stroke stuff could make a big difference. And I mean, and there's solutions to most problems that people complain about with all this stuff. The sports stuff, there's solutions. People just don't like them. And I mean, ones that like completely sidestep the problem. You don't even have to deal with it anymore. I think the biggest one, they'd never go for it. Sorry. But it would just be get rid of the separate leagues, merge them. Whoever's best is best. Easy as. There might be some uncomfortable realities in there, but it would solve the problem. You know, and then you would just have, you know, secondary leagues and stuff. But yeah, I don't think people would be too keen on that one, but it is a solution. That one's probably one of the harder ones to convince people on. You know, the broader public. Most things, yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling. This is going on for quite a while. Point being, I wish people could just be left the fuck alone. And it frustrates me that we don't really do much, and by we, I mean the politicians and the influencers, to make that a reality. We're too busy cashing in on it, and that's kind of fucked up. But that's life. Anyway. Rambling streams are best taste streams. Listen, I just go down rabbit holes, whatever's on my mind. What else was there? I feel like there was one other thing. Any yappers? We've been yapping, Chai. You just missed so much yapping. I don't know if you were here for that. That was so much yapping. I think I just spent like 2 hours talking. And just can't stop yapping. I know. You're listening. I'm a very good observer. I appreciate you. How are you doing, Chai? We were talking about. I tried to talk about this another day, but I like completely fumbled it. Like, I just didn't know what to say. I kind of worked it out tonight. Essentially, I don't appreciate that like influencers and politicians and stuff really like hyper focus in on identity, you know, LGBTQIA plus, all the everything, as like a hot topic to debate and argue over, when it should be something that is just like a fact of your own life that you get to decide, and it's none of their fucking business. You know, largely, I mean, doctors and your partners aside, whose fucking business is that? Nobody's. I don't know. Lot of. I said a lot about it, but summarize. I wish we could leave people the fuck alone. You know, let people live their damn lives without turning them into tokens in your stupid political games and shit. I don't know. I kind of keep my gender shit really private because I don't want to be a hot topic or a token person. Well, the problem, and I'm sure you understand this, but I'm just saying it for others. The problem isn't saying it. The problem is how everyone reacts to it. And not everyone. There are plenty of people, largely people who are like more familiar with the topic in general, but there are plenty of people who will like freak the fuck out in a positive or negative way as a response to it, when like it's just what it should be. Oh yeah, this is probably something worth mentioning, or just kind of a summary. Yeah, exactly, and that's what it was. It should just be a personal thing. Very, very personal, very private, you know, thing, private decision, I should say. Not something that you keep to yourself, but like, and it just shouldn't be a big deal. It should just be another fact of life. You know, someone tells you that, you know, they kind of like figured themselves out and like, this is who they are. And your response is, oh, well, thank you for telling me. Anyway, what would you like for dinner? It should just be so mundane, so boring, that it's not, it's important, right? But it's a mundane thing. It's not a big deal to figure out who you are. You're supposed to do that, right? Like, it's important that you do, but it shouldn't be like, there shouldn't be party poppers in a big party. It should just be something you're encouraged to do and figure out, for whatever that means for you. And no matter what you decide, it's just kind of like, okay, cool, moving on. And that's how I think that everything should handle it, you know? I don't know why that's so complicated. And I don't know why it's so politically complicated in that sense, or you know, focused on. You know, I know the political topics are a little more specific to certain things, but you know, reframing those conversations could be better, or making that more of a like a normal thing, you know. It should be your thing, and people should leave you be. Yeah, exactly. And it's just, it has frustrated me for a long time to see it that way. And then when I do see someone like kind of like freaking out about their identity, I don't know, it's just, it seems like they've internalized that attitude that like it's this super important big thing that like everyone should have to care about and like freak out about, and like all those things, you know, kind of making it out to be more than it is. and then they have that expectation, and then they go out into like the normal world, and that's not it at all. Like, genuinely, most people don't care beyond, oh cool, thanks, what are your pronouns again? Like, that's, you know, that's it. Because it doesn't impact them. They also want to be left the fuck alone for the most part. So it's like they're not freaking out about it, but they're also not like hyper focusing on it. You know, when people unintentionally, this will happen, you know, misgender someone or something like that, taking it as like a big slight. It's like, don't, I promise you, 9 times out of 10, maybe more depending on where you live, but you know, in most areas, if you're like in an urban setting, so most people, when that happens, especially after you meet someone, that is not intentional. They mean the best, and that's what you should assume anyway. You know, again, there's that 1 in 10, but it shouldn't, like, that shouldn't impact how you see yourself, and it shouldn't upset you to that degree, hopefully, because again, it would just be this mundane, normal thing that, like, oh, well, that's just not true. You know, it'd be a slight, as opposed to like a majorly offensive thing that like upsets someone, because they had their identity hyped up and made to be like a central part of that identity. Because, you know, your identity is more than just how you define yourself, relative to gender or something. It is a very complicated thing. It is the whole you. That is your identity. So to get hung up on that one thing and let it be like a pressure point for you that other people can poke to get at you, that's maybe not good. Not great for your mental, you know. Not saying you like can't have that, but yeah, discouraging it. Making it just another piece of it so that it's not let's call it a vulnerability. It's, you know, it's not a big deal. You can poke at any part of my identity. I'm thinking about this before I say it. Yeah, you can poke at basically any part of my identity, make fun of it, say something wrong about it. I will not take offense. It won't hurt me. There were times in my life where it probably would have. I was like a teenager. And I would hope that everyone can have that same attitude, and we can encourage that to where others just can't hurt you in that way. Of course, again, everyone should try to be kind and respectful, as Chai does. I do too. That's my effort. I try. I usually try to check. I do a little sleuthing and research them, but like for collabs and stuff. But you know, there's only so much everyone can do. Most people mean well, and it shouldn't be a big deal. I guess summarizes that in the nicest possible way I can say all of those things to encourage people to like be happy and healthy, mentally, that is. You know, where that's in the ways that influences how your attitude and outlook on life and stuff is. But yeah. Anyway, I think I'm done with that topic. I'm about shot. I think I'm running out of things to say, believe it or not. I just default to they, them until I'm told otherwise. Yeah, I mean, I think the older you are, that the harder that is to do, because probably this is another interesting thing about the internet. If you played video games on the internet like a decade, 2 decades ago, God, I feel old. Everyone was a man. And I'm not kidding. Like, the number of women was very low. So all of the anonymous interactions you had with just random people, you were very safe to assume he, him. You were almost always right. And when you weren't, they would just correct you and you move on, right? That number has changed dramatically since then. But for a very long time, that was the case. So that's kind of what I learned. Yeah, that was my training. That was what I was trained to do. And now, many years later, I'm unlearning that. Kind of sucks. And that's one of those things where when people talk about like the unexpected consequences of like a technology or a new way to interact with the world, that's kind of like, that's an interesting one, you know, where it's those little things, but it makes an impact in your life. You notice it, and no one could have probably predicted that. You never answered your question earlier. I'm doing good. I'm stressing out a bit about this technical interview because I got to do a ton of research and refreshing my skills. You got this, Chai. Your brain is massive. You have this covered. I am certain. I wish I could offer you any kind of help, but I got nothing on that end. I can help you with programming, maybe, possibly, sorta. But beyond that, I got nothing. And it depends on the language. That's the main thing. But if you do have programming questions, let me know. I'll try. Like if you need something explained a different way or something, I can give it a shot. Give it the old jab. Everyone get mad at playing video games is a man, and anyone I'm happy with is a woman. Which that may be controversial, but it's my truth. No, I think that's I don't think that's uncommon. Certain I have the knowledge somewhere in my brain to do it. I just have to remember I was given the source code and told go do your best to make this scalable. Oof. I mean, that's just optimizing for ON, whatever that is. I'm blanking on the word, but you know what I mean. Lowering the complexity as much as you reasonably can. It's going to be one of the biggest things for scalability. And then, depending on what they mean by scalable, that'll vary. It's also all in Unreal, which I've done a ton of work in, so I've done it before. Oh, okay, you're good. I really want to learn game dev someday, but I never have time for stuff like that. If I was ever to go like professional, quote unquote, VTuber, you know, full time, I think that would be the biggest thing I would want to start trying to get done. I would want to work on games, like little indie projects. Better than Euclid? I mean, no offense, but low bar. This is like what, game design, right, Chai? Like you have a degree and everything, or some kind of education, very specialized. So the bar is high. I hardly know anything about Unreal. I know just enough to know vaguely what he's referring to. Anyway, it is almost 1 a.m. I should go to bed sometime soon. Is hell specialized, almost annoyingly so. See, mine's too generalized. I'm just computer science. I can't get a job anywhere that doesn't make me want to cry, like my current job does. But you know, it is what it is. But yeah, we'll raid out somewhere. I'll send you guys somewhere. I'll try to have more topics for next time. I'm sure it'll be fun, especially since we're going to be playing the Coffin of Andy and Lele. It should get very interesting. Let's see. Who is up? Who up playing day games? Oh my god, it's Rad. We'll raid Rad. You guys know Radova. He's a cool guy. He's a nice guy. Oh my god, he has 10 viewers? Yo, hype? Hype? Alright. I'll send you guys over to Rad. Make sure to have a fantastic night. I will see you on Friday for the Coffin of Andy and Lele. That will be possibly one of my more controversial streams for the things I say. Should be fun. But yeah, you guys have a great night. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you then. Oh, and thank you, Amy. Bye.